It is good to be with you guys. What is going on? Tony Katz, welcome to the most relaxed election show in America. This is the Four Gate, part of the Bluegrass trilogy. This is number 3, batch 15.3, which comes in at 124.7 proof. Don't mind me. If you got them, drink them, kids, right there. And if you got them, smoke them. Doing the Olmec from Foundation Cigars, which is an absolutely terrific smoke. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, you can't even see the band. Trust me on that. It is exquisite. So first things first, Election Day is here, and we made it. So to us, to us, yeah. Oh, God, that's so good. All right. So far, you've got the state of Indiana closed. You got Kentucky closed. And now you're going to start seeing some polls closed all across the country. By the way, Indiana's a little odd and awkward, certainly, because we have a part of the state that is in central, right there in the southwestern part. So those polls have now closed as well at 7 p.m. Eastern. So my state has closed. You've got Kentucky closed, Virginia, Georgia, South Carolina. They are closed. Now we're using a couple of different sources here to see what's going on. So this right here, you'll note that I have no Pornhub open. There's no OnlyFans open. These are the sources that I'm using right there. That's a little bit of behind the scenes. So this is the Newsmax map right here. This is from Real Clear Politics. We've got Decision Desk HQ. They do a very, very good job. Normally, I would have the New York Times results up. I haven't even looked. They've got that strike going on. The tech team decided to go on strike. And so I don't know how they're going to provide all the results that they usually provide. But the tech team is super angry because they're being ordered back to the office, and they want unlimited break time. And then, of course, the women and the indigenous are not getting paid the same. I can't keep up with the madness. So then we've got what Fox News is putting up right there. New Hampshire, of course, Dixville Notch, which they shared their information. They vote first. They vote at midnight, and the vote was 3-3 because there are 6 people in Dixville Notch, 3 for Harris and 3 for Trump. What's interesting there is that when he went up against Biden in 2020, he got 0 votes. In 2016 against Hillary, he got 2 votes. So it was this conversation like, is this a harbinger, right? That more people are willing to say yes to Trump. They're really that disgusted with the economy, or really completely unwilling to think about Kamala Harris because they don't want to, look at a woman voting. This was MSNBC and Andrea Mitchell's take.
Against her case for election, which will rely heavily on women and the fact that there are more women voters in the United States than men, is that running into headwinds because there are a lot of men who just simply, black and white, men who just simply don't trust a woman to be, chief executive, commander in chief. They just don't want to vote for a woman.
Now, let's say, because this has been, of course, so much of the political left's argument, let's say that's true. There are Americans who won't vote for a woman. The answer there is that is not my problem, nor is it your problem. It's their problem. How are they gonna get over that hump? How are they going to go about solving that problem? It could be, and I'm just a boy making an argument here, that maybe the issue is candidate quality. In Hillary Clinton, you took the most unlikable person in all of politics. And then with Kamala Harris, you took somebody who even the Biden White House had 0 faith in. You didn't have an open primary by which the people could vote. You took 14 million votes that went to Joe Biden. You said, we don't care. We don't care about you. We're just going to give this to Kamala Harris. Thank you, Cleveland. Good night. I mean, that's what they did. So maybe the issue is 100% what it is that you did. maybe you picked bad candidates. And if you had good candidates, maybe you ran them out of town. Don't forget, Tulsi Gabbard was a progressive, supportive of Bernie Sanders, not just anti-war, but I think a hawk on anti-war. I don't want to go to war for light or transient causes. I don't want to go to war for no reason. I don't want to be the world's policeman. I have no interest in any of that garbage. But sometimes you got to punch the other guy directly in the face. I don't think I'm saying anything out of school there. And I'm not so sure she was that person. So I wouldn't have voted for her. But you could have had people who were totally in her camp. You could have done it. You could have picked Val Demings. You know who Val Demings was? Congresswoman from Florida, who was, if I have it right, she was an officer, if not the chief of police in Orlando before becoming a member of Congress. Black woman. You could have picked her instead of Kamala Harris. No, you, Joe Biden, picked the woman who called you a segregationist. Was it because she wouldn't overshadow you? Was that it? Was that you picked somebody who couldn't, the only person probably who couldn't match wits with you, Joe, is I'm assuming that's what it was. So this is going back to these maps. This is what Fox has to offer. Now, I am following how MSNBC does it. Voters show concern about democracy, economy, as the polls start to close. Guy Benson over at Fox was showing how some Fox exits were going, and it was economy as number one, and abortion was third at 11%. I'm almost amazed that it's double digits. I mean, kind of shocked that it's double digits. And then I also have some CNN coverage right here, covering the presidential, covering the House, the Senate votes, and the House. Now, the House can be lost. I don't know if people have really talked about the fact that the House can be absolutely lost by the Republicans. I don't want it. The Senate is a pickup. It seems pretty obvious. And you look at some of the races that are being focused on here. First, let's take a look at this Carrie Lake, Ruben Gallego. Ruben Gallego is progressive, right now a member of Congress. Carrie Lake, the reporter who ran for governor and stunningly lost to Katie Hobbs. Katie Hobbs sounds like a Muppet. She does. She absolutely does. I'm telling you that if Lake beats Gallego, that's an insane story. I want to go to some of the polling here. If it's from Real Clear Politics, and we go to these Senate polls. The last one out of Arizona was a mind scramble. Here it is. This is Lake versus Gallego. Look at those two right there. Oh, look at that. You could play Hero Wars. Look at these two right here. Tie and tie. And you're like, how in the world do these things get to a tie? Maybe it has something to do with the fact that Trump is ahead by 2.8. These are the numbers to look at. I don't know if you've ever looked at these before. Check these out. This is 2020. Biden was ahead in the Real Clear Politics average 0.9. He won the state by 0.31. And look where Trump is. Look where Trump is in comparison. This is crazy. Now, take this data orbital poll. Like when you see a +8, don't pay attention to that stuff. Throw that out. That's garbage. Pay attention to all this. Even if you want to throw out the Atlas Intel +5, which I wouldn't. Atlas has shown itself to be very, very on point. I'm only hoping that's the case so we could be like, okay, there are polls that we could trust going into this. If this is where Trump is, now go back to where Carrie Lake is. If Carrie Lake can pull this out, those are the biggest coattails you ever freaking saw. That is just huge, huge stuff right there. So that's one of the places we're looking at. This is how Real Clear Politics ends the polling with Trump up in the battleground states. That's different than where he's at, let's say, in the when we talk about the national, because in the national, he's down by 0.1, 48.7 to 48.6. There are, if you take a look at Nate Silver, if you take a look at a bunch of the others, what they'll tell you is that this race is stupid close. The people that I speak to on radio on WIBC and on the national show, they disagree. They think Trump is just running away with this. Part of what they're looking at is those early election results. I'm sorry, those early voting results, which don't show you who they vote for. They show you the party. And Republicans have done big work in this. Now, let me go to some comments. First of all, Julie, vodka is absolutely acceptable. If you're drinking vodka and spending the night watching this, you're in a fine place. You're totally good. Not a problem whatsoever. And then where was it? Justice for Peanut. You know, it's gonna be used as a joke, and it's gonna be like Peanut with Harambe. If you don't know Peanut is the squirrel that was owned by this guy Mark Longo in New York. And for whatever reason, New York decides to raid his home for 5 hours. They take the squirrel, they take a raccoon he took in, because this guy Mark Longo created a world for wayward pets and animals and was taking care of them. They killed Peanut. They killed the squirrel. Government overreach at its finest. I don't know. Maybe they thought the squirrel was at Ruby Ridge and they weren't going to leave any survivors. Beats the hell out of me why they did the thing, but they did. Very messed up. Very ugly stuff. So that, if you see the Peanut things, that's what is going on there. And Raymond, I have no idea what George Carlin said about guys with cigars, and I don't care because he's dead. Too soon? Too soon? Yeah? Okay, fine. So here is some of that polling. And we're also utilizing, as I said, some stuff from CNN. So I was talking about that race in Arizona. I have no question that Rick Scott's going to win this race in Florida, the Senate race. He was a governor there for 2 terms. He may very well be the new Senate majority leader, because Mitch McConnell is not going to be looking for that leadership position again. Trump could not be happier about these things. Then there's this race right here. This Mike Rogers, Lisa Slotkin race. In my map, I said Trump doesn't win Michigan. Now, he could totally win Michigan. Please don't get me wrong. When I say my map, I'm discussing, I should show it to you, how I came to this. Because how I came to this was saying, what is the absolute most conservative possibility ever? Did a little screenshot there, in the history of ever. Like how absolutely tight could I make this thing? Here's what I did. I took a look at those blue wall states. That's Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And I said, how do I make these things make sense? And what I said is Michigan and Pennsylvania probably have the most similar voting blocks. You have blue collar, you have World of Steel and manufacturing, the Pittsburgh thing. You have inner city in Detroit, and it has a makeup like Philadelphia. These kind of places will probably go together. If I take a look at polling, Trump can clearly win Pennsylvania. Michigan's a little bit tougher, but he can win it. But he only needs one of those states, one of those blue wall states, to win it all. So I came up with this. This right here is what I came up with. That shows him losing Pennsylvania and Michigan, but winning Wisconsin, losing Nevada, but winning Arizona. That gives him 272 electoral votes. And that is enough. You only need 270 to win. That map, I get it, is stupid conservative. That map is ridiculous. The point of this map is to show that even if a lot of things go wrong for Trump, there's still real success. There is still real success that can come his way. This is a very, very, very doable election for Donald Trump. So these are the sources. This is what we're working with right here. Let me get out of Michigan. Let me see where I can go and take a look at what we've got here. So this is Georgia. This is from Newsmax right now. Right now, showing Kamala Harris in the lead with 51.2%. 3% of the votes in. Everybody calm down. You know, we could, if we take a stronger look at that, are we going to find that these votes are from the Atlanta area, where you could see more of Kamala Harris support? I'd like to meet the 327 people who voted for Jill Stein. There's a long way to go. Florida is closed, and you're seeing 52% for Trump. It's actually more votes for Kamala Harris than I would have expected, and 41% of the vote is in there. A lot of people want to make something of Virginia. 1% in. This is just started. Virginia only starts making sense when you can kind of get a feel for what these northern areas are up in here. Right, I'm hitting some other states, but I'm talking about the areas that are, I should say more like right here, that are around D.C., that Arlington area, Fairfax area, Alexandria area, all those people who are near vehemently left. Did any of them break in a direction that would be Trump's way? That's when we get to take a look at Virginia. This is Decision Desk. Oh, are they using Decision Desk? Is Newsmax using Decision Desk? I think they are. Right there, yeah, because it would give me the same thing, except these people get the stupid ads on there, and I can't get rid of the ads. So I'm gonna stick with this right here. Kentucky going for Trump, already being called by Fox. They haven't called Arizona yet. I for one am shocked. And Indiana also being called for Trump with 15% in. And by the way, that 61%, you guys know I'm in Indiana. I consider that stupid low. I wonder if I can get, you see, there's a great example. That's Marion County. That's where that's where Indianapolis is. And 65% in. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Hamilton. Marion County's right here. This is Hamilton County. Now, Hamilton County, by the way, where I'm coming from right now, has long been a politically right stronghold. And the Democrats have been working overtime over the years to get control of this area. Right now, it is a spread of 1,300 votes. We're going to see how that goes. But this is Marion County right here. These are known as the donut counties. That's enough of Indiana for right now. Let me get out of that and let me get back to the map. Where is it? Where's my map? A second. I'm going to get back to the map. Nope, that didn't do it. Indiana. There it is. So those are the two. Then there is Vermont, which has been called, and the 3 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Only 1% in. They're just saying, look, we know. We've got this covered. Now, I have some questions for you guys. And we got a lot of people who are going to be coming in. Sarah, who runs all our digitals around here, somewhere. I want to get to your questions as well. This is the big one. Can everyone just calm down? Just calm down. It's over. Now, the fights aren't over. The work isn't over for tonight. Good Lord. God, that's so good. Oh, it hit the wrong way. Ow. Ha. Hot. That is the truth. They are working very, very. Everybody's working overtime, getting a little nutty, and you just need to relax. You just need to calm down and chill. We got a long night. Wisconsin has said they won't really know until the morning. Then there was this talk that Pennsylvania. Sarah, can you find the audio from Chris Coons, the senator from Delaware, where he's like, it'll be days before we know Pennsylvania. What do you mean it'll be days before we know Pennsylvania? Why? Why would it be days before we know Pennsylvania? This is the kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that makes people say there's shenanigans afoot. This is the kind of stuff that makes people say there's cheating and there's fraud. And honestly, what am I supposed to tell them? We live in a first world country, and we can't count a vote anymore. It is ridiculous that we simply can't do this. We need to be able to have a count. We need to be able to get the count done as quickly as possible. And we need to be able to tell America what's up. That we can't do it is gross. I think I've got it now. I think let me see if I can find this for you, because it is just pathetic that he said this. Here we go.
So you said that you're optimistic about Pennsylvania. Here's something that may cause you concern. Early voting, 2024, Democrats have put in 971,615, Republicans 571,725. Compared to 2020, you're down 42%. Republicans are down 8%. And here is what Jim Messina said on Sunday with Jen Psaki on MSNBC about the early vote. Listen here.
What's their biggest concern right now if you're the Harris team?
Well, look, I think it's a couple things. The early vote numbers are a little scary, and you and I have been texting back and forth. Republicans didn't do what they did last time. Last time Trump said don't early vote, and so they didn't. Republicans do have an advantage in early vote numbers. When the early vote come in, it's going to look a little bit different than 2020, and that's scary.
So he says it's scary what he's seeing in the early vote. What do you say?
I say that I hope folks will get out there and vote if you haven't already. Exercise your right to be a part of our democracy. Yeah. And to your viewers, remember, we won't have final results here in Pennsylvania
but does it
for
concern
several
you?
days.
Does it concern
after
you
November
the way
5th.
It concerns Jim Messina?
Well, sure, I'm concerned about this election all over the country. It is going to be razor thin. We're going to be working on it until the last hour. Part of why I've been campaigning across Pennsylvania and encouraging people to come out and vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is because I think this is very close.
Why would it take days to count Pennsylvania? I am not somebody who... Whoa, what the heck is that right there? Sorry about that. Kind of a little explosion there. I'm not a conspiratorial guy. By the way, if you're just joined, welcome, Tony Katz. Great to be with you. Sipping on the 4-gate right here. This is part of the Bluegrass trilogy. This one comes in at 124 is a 0.7, 124.7 proof. So, hey, just a little sip to keep you going. And I'm smoking the Olmec Claro right here, which is a fantastic cigar. The first of many tonight. Welcome to the most relaxed election day coverage in America. You can follow me on X, Twitter at Tony Katz, and of course you can find everything by heading over to the YouTube channel and subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate it. It cannot take 5 days to count votes in the United States. We mock third world countries for this crap. And yet here we are saying, no, yep, it's gonna be a while. Oh, we can't do this. The machine's broken, the this, the that, we got to double check, we got to triple check. It's just nutty. When people, like, as I said, I'm not a conspiratorial guy, but when people talk about fraud, this is what they're talking about. This is absolutely what they're talking about. Why? If it's taken 5 days, the belief is you're up to some shady crap. Don't be up to nothing shady. It's just that simple. That's all you got to do. Just not be weird. Could you just do us a favor and not be weird just for a bit? That is all. I've got your comments here, and I'll get them. Gives them time to find the votes they need. So there's a real philosophy here amongst the conspiratorial set. That's what they believe is that they see where they're down, and then the next thing you know, that's where they add the votes. I'm not a conspiratorial dude. I just don't have the capacity to tell these people that they're completely out of their heads when weird things happen. So just as an understanding of me, right? In 2020, I can accept the fact that Joe Biden's the president. I can accept the fact that he won the election. I never would have certified the vote in Pennsylvania. If legislatures are responsible for determining how an election is set and the judiciary makes a change, I consider that a problem. I consider that a usurpation of the rules. There were issues in Fulton County. There were issues in Maricopa County. Maricopa County, that's Arizona, people. That is Arizona. Arizona, well, they're a long way from being closed, of course. They have said in Maricopa County that they won't have the election results for 10 to 13 days. That's just not possible. That's insane. In the U.S., that's criminally insane. You can't even begin to think that makes any sense, that that's acceptable. So people are right to say this kind of stuff is completely and totally screwed up. Completely and totally screwed up. And why it takes more than 24 hours? Well, I don't know. I have absolutely positively no idea why it would take any more than 24 hours. I want to do some checking if you guys don't mind. Let's check some gubernatorial races, including in my Indiana right here. Wow. So this race is not called yet. This has Senator Mike Braun ahead of Jennifer McCormick, who was a Republican. She was the superintendent of public instruction, and things went so badly they literally got rid of. They got rid of the position. And I think the Republicans in Indiana have run a garbage campaign. And he's near 60% of the vote right there. Can we check this? Wait, what? Now, I don't know anything about Vermont, but is that telling me that I didn't know that Vermont had a Republican governor, and I didn't realize he was going to win re-election, or Phil Scott is his name, by this number? Good Lord. 75% in Bernie's Vermont. What do you know about that? That is pretty big. Come on in. Don't worry about it. I can hear people rustling at the door. People coming in, coming out, doing the whole thing. If you had the address, you are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. What's going on, kiddo? I'm following. I'm following results here, there, and everywhere. You can talk. It's okay. The whole thing is casual. Don't worry about it. Did you bring your own cup? Guy brought his own cup. Do you not think I have cups? You do have a glass, but I'm not that fancy. Throw me the cup. I want to show everybody. He brought a giant. Oh, it's wet. Oh, you're gross. Look at this. He doesn't trust me that I've got like glassware, which, by the way, this dude bought for me for the new studio. Here, you can take this over there. You're your dude. Yeah, I don't know. Am I supposed to use names? I'm trying to keep your anonymity. All right. right? So Diddy is here. Not a thing at all. You've got, by the way, damn straight I have Crystal. This one, that's my initial. That's how good I am. So did they call Indiana for Braun already? They're about to, right? Hamilton County. Yeah, well, but that's not done yet. They're not finished tabulating. But yeah, if this is the point. Democrats fight and Republicans are like, this sounds like a nice election. Maybe we'll try and win. Democrats fight everywhere. Republicans, they've got a real issue with fighting. It's totally screwed up. Do I need to turn on the volume for that? Here, let me. There you go. How's that? Is that good? That's good. That's solid. So this is the map that I was looking at right here. As I was taking a look at some of these states in West Virginia, as they're taking a look at these governor's races here, the Senate stuff and the House stuff requires a lot of attention. Banks is going to win this seat. And the fact that the Democrat here is even at 34% is a total mind scramble because non-existent. Valerie McRae was non-existent. Banks, congressman from the Indiana 3rd District, he is, literally the campaign was, yeah, I'm running, and cleared the field. It was incredible. West Virginia is interesting because that's Jim Justice. Does he have a pet pig? Is that Jim Justice? He was a Democrat. Now he's a Republican. It's where Joe Manchin is. He was a Republican. Then he was a Democrat. Then he was a Republican. I think that's what he was. And he's most probably going to win that seat right there. But let's get back to the presidential. Let's get back to the big dog and where we're at. You've got Indiana, which is already called for Trump, as you can see it. Kentucky as well. West Virginia. It's 0%, and they're gonna call it. Sarah, talk to me about some video we have, some things that we can share. Fox did not call Virginia for Trump. Why? George. West Virginia. I thought you said Virginia, and you and I were about to have a stupid fight. Virginia is if Virginia goes for Trump, well, then he's going to win 400 electoral votes, and it's all going to be freaking over. The Olmec is very good there, Mr. Welch. The Olmec, you should smoke that. You should smoke that immediately, if not sooner. I will get to your questions as well. Yes, that is true, Sarah, that West Virginia being called for Jim Justice is a Senate pickup. Now, this Senate, this election, incredibly important to the Republicans because 2026 and 2028 suck. They suck for the Republicans when it comes to the Senate. There's a third of the Senate that's up every 2 years, and just the math works terribly. Sarah, can I bring you in? Is that all right? Are you willing to be on camera? Look at that. This is Sarah, everybody. Hi, Sarah runs all our digital right here, and she's been. Why are you in the dark?
I'm outside. Do you want to see my cup?
Drunk wives matter. Look at you.
Cheers.
Look at you. Hey, cheers to you and to your health and to everybody's health.
Everybody had cool cups, so.
That hit me the wrong way. There's
I'm
ice.
sitting outside. The husband has the
freezer.
TV set up outside. We're outdoors. It's beautiful here in Maryland. So
it is beautiful in Maryland. Drink the bourbon. The people here want to drink the bourbon straight up. What am I to tell you here? You want to do this? This is what I'm doing. Four Gates, beautiful. Are you wearing an I voted sticker? Have you long been a virtue signaler? You're ridiculous. I did not take my sticker, Sarah. Give him a sticker. So you've been covering some of the other things that the Fox has been talking about, some of the other TV coverage. We know that West Virginia Senate called for Jim Justice. We know North Carolina governor's race called for the Democrat. That's Roy Cooper. We know that that's happening. Has anything else been called or discussed that we need to know about?
Vermont. Vermont is in. Oh, I think you were just talking about that though. That the Vermont governor is Republican, but they've already called the state for Harris. So I think that's interesting.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I'll put that up right here.
We just picked up another seat. What are they telling me here? Republican.
That's that right there.
Okay.
Oh man. I didn't make food. I just figured DoorDash and Taco Bell is our friend. Of course. That's a good one. I'm sorry I didn't put him on the text. No, he's fine. He's absolutely fine. No, happy to see him. No question. What were you looking for, Sarah? What did you see?
Oh, it's hard to say. They keep changing the TV on me so fast. But I do have Jake Tapper having a nervous breakdown, which is pretty.
Oh, damn it! I want to see Jake Tapper have a nervous breakdown.
Hold on.
Honestly, if Joy Reid cries,
Trump is winning them.
Go ahead, play that.
Okay, no, I didn't mean for it to play automatically. I apologize.
No, what is it? Which one is this?
Tapper. So there was just a 20-point swing, and Tapper has a little bit of a.
Go ahead, play it.
By 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian and Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing, it's wild.
It's a huge swing.
Poor guy.
That is delicious. Is anybody surprised by the independent swing? Maybe they want to be able to afford their home. Maybe they want to be able to go out to dinner. Who in the world is surprised? I'm in the room right now with 3 small business owners, and everyone, 3 very disparate businesses, and they'll all tell you, everybody everywhere, the business they do. Some people, they've got people, who work for them, their customers, everybody is suffering. And yet this administration is convinced that they should tell you that this economy is great. There's an economist at a Ball State University. Okay. He threatened to beat me up. If you never, did you ever see that, Sarah?
No.
He had said something about Trump supporters, and I said, this is a lie. And he responded with, I bet you wouldn't say that to my face. So being who I am, and I've said this on the show 9 billion times, I'm like, pick a street corner. What? And he's like, well, I won't be able to get down your way until January. Bring a friend.
Schedule a date.
Good gosh. I mean, that is a professor at a university. Some people have lost their minds.
Well, that's where all the smart people are, right? The professors at universities are all the smartest and most evolved of us. That's why they're all Democrats.
I don't mean to go like tangenting, but the whole conversation of college educated versus non-college educated voters and how they're voting and how they're moving, and the non-college educated are clearly with Trump and the college educated are clearly with Kamala Harris. To me, that is the worst ad for higher education I've ever seen in my entire life.
Absolutely.
So anyway, this economist was like, if you're, this economy is the best ever, and if you're not doing well, you should look in the mirror. What the who talks like that? Who even thinks to believe that kind of garbage? I got 3 people here. I've got more. They'll tell you. You'll tell me. It's all just brutality. This is Christopher. I want to actually have money from my employer and pay for groceries without worrying. Yeah, you most definitely do. Now, understand this, Charles. So Charles is saying that non-college is condescending. Think of it differently. the people. So yours truly. Hey, Tony Katz, how are you? If you're new here, welcome. I'm Tony Katz. That is Sarah. She runs all our digital. I do mornings radio on WIBC in Indianapolis. I have to do a nationally syndicated midday show called Tony Katz Today. I host the largest cigar and bourbon radio review show in America with Fingers Malloy called Eat, Drink, Smoke, which is that right there. I do some cable news stuff. I've got a couple books, Let's Go Bourbon and Let's Go Barbecue, which are available at Amazon.com. And also I have an OnlyFans. Not yet, but boy can dream. So I'm glad that you're here, smoking the Olmec from Foundation Cigars. We started with that, and drinking the Four Gate, the Bluegrass Trilogy, 124.7 proof. Absolutely fantastic bourbon. Not a cheap bottle, but a fantastic bourbon. This whole idea of non-college, you guys, if you don't know, I didn't graduate college. I went to Arizona State. I never graduated. People who don't have a college degree, they're not insulted by saying non-college. That may have been a story 20 years ago. They're not insulted by that. And the reason is that the Democratic Party used to be the party of non-college. The Republican Party was the party of college. And now that is switched when the colleges said, not only do you have to believe what we tell you, you're not allowed to believe anything else. You're not allowed to say anything else. And the switch occurred. The switch took place. Did their volume just go out? Yeah. They're having a big volume problem over there at Newsmax. So people aren't insulted. They're not offended by the idea that they don't have a college degree. They don't find that to be the end all be all, not by any stretch of the imagination. And I would argue that more and more people are saying, why college anyway? These people are just flat out abusive. These people are terrible for your future. So I don't see the non-college as a real issue. Let's see. GOP flips Senate seat in West Virginia. Harris takes Vermont. They're going to. I think the Republicans absolutely take the Senate. You got to be taking a look at that Montana race, Tim Sheehy against John Tester. Then you want to take a look at something we were discussing earlier, which is the idea, here it is for Real Clear Politics, the idea of in Arizona, Gallego versus Kari Lake. Now, we're not going to know this for a while. Let me get to those Senate polls right here, Sarah. We're not going to know this for a while, but Kari Lake is the beneficiary of some stupid good coattails from Donald Trump, who is crushing it in Arizona. And right here, see this? See that tie right here? That's the story. That's the whole story right there. That spread at 2.6. If you take a look at Trump being ahead, he's ahead basically by that margin. So there's real opportunity here for a very, very strong race. And yes. I forgot I'm a dope. By the way, this guy right here loves me and hates me more than anybody on social media. Guitars and Truckers loves me and hates me more than anybody else. You're right. Moreno doing well in that race in Ohio against the incumbent Sherrod Brown. Let us take the quick look right there. Look at that. These last couple polls coming in, all for Bernie Moreno. Trafalgar does lean right, and a tie certainly is not what you want to see. But this is all good stuff. It creates solid opportunity. Here's where the average is in that race. My fear there, Sarah, we've done this long enough. You do work for a lot of different radio guys, mostly me because I'm the best.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Undoubtedly.
If Republicans keep the House, Republicans get the Senate, you've got 2 years. And Republicans are not good at getting things done when they need to damn well get things done.
They really aren't.
So the fear, the concern is they'll have 2 years and they'll blow it. They'll fall for some kind of Chuck Schumer shenanigan. They'll do all kinds of stuff. Do you guys need the volume? You good? Solid?
Wasn't that, Donald Trump's biggest fault coming in the first place? Like his whole thing was that it was just a campaign, and now we're all going to work together. And these are my friends. These are people I've worked with for years. Yeah. The whole, despite all of the good things he achieved, he was still trying to like play nice and make everybody friends. And I think this time he knows better.
Yeah, and that is a great like underground story that certainly Trump supporters are all keyed in on. He was president and he walked in not knowing what in the world he was doing. And it took him, I would argue, a couple of years to get his sea legs. He comes in having the agenda, having a plan, and having people he actually does trust. Some of these people by mainstream media are considered insane, and I don't think that's true. I think having Janet Yellen in charge is insane. Jared Bernstein is your White House economic advisor, a guy who doesn't know how money is made. Oh, let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find Bernstein. Have you ever seen the video where he's like, why do we print money?
Yes.
That is so, here it is. I'll bring it to you. It's so good. If you've never seen this video, why do we print money? I'm going to play this for you right now. Oh, I'm so excited. You can get rid of those other videos there. Sorry, just remove those from the studio. This is Jared Bernstein. Why do we print money?
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, because it's like the government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So, I don't think there's anything confusing there.
Perfect.
Yeah. No. Crystal clear.
As long as there's nothing confused, that guy is going to be in charge of economic policy. I'm supposed to believe him. These are the adults in the room.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Good Lord.
Wonder how many PhDs he has.
I would argue too many. Too many, mm-hmm. I believe, is the answer, and how easy it is to get a PhD. Now, you gave me something, Sarah. What did you want me to share?
I did. I stuck something in Grabian. That Ellie Mistel guy is basically just talking about how he wants to toss out the Constitution. I mean, which is really what this whole election is about.
Yeah, but he's been like this for forever. What's up, Al?
Sure. It's very on brand for him. It's just I'm actually working on one right now. CNN panel is they're just not happy with this Kamala underwater poll, but it won't let me download the file.
All right, let me see if I can bring in the Ellie Mistel. Check this out. Let's see if I can make this work right here. Unless this thing's going to give me a problem and not load.
Now, in your book, Allow Me to Retort, you reframe politics and the Constitution by kind of breaking down how it all impacts voting rights, like you mentioned, LGBTQ rights, abortion rights. The list, as you know, goes on and on. So are you arguing that the Constitution needs to be scrapped altogether?
Sure, but I don't think that's going to happen. Like if we could throw that out and start over with a new document that was more inclusive of everybody, that was written by everybody. At no point have black people, brown people, or women had a say in actually writing the Constitution or the amendments to that Constitution. If we could throw that out and have a delegation of all Americans to write a new one, I would be all for that. Okay. That's what they did in South Africa. You know, when they got rid of apartheid, they didn't tax some amendments onto their apartheid constitution. They threw the apartheid constitution out and they started over. Yeah. I don't think that's going to happen here. And so instead of that, what I'm really advocating for is that we interpret our Constitution so that we extend justice and fairness and equality to all, as opposed to whatever the heck we do now.
Right. So, because you're calling it the guide, right? So, what are you hoping that people walk away with? You're sipping your tea right there. What's the tea you want them to dish?
Can we discuss the fact that the South African Constitution sucks?
No, that's not important. It was written. You understand that people of color and women contributed to it. So therefore, it can't suck.
That's ridiculous. By the way, someone brought a tray of cookies. Is this you, Adam? Thank you, Adam. Excuse me, I'm having a cookie. I don't have time to talk about it. Ellie Mistal here. I'll give you that. And then someone brought me. It's the Golden Trump. It's like the Golden Snitch.
Oh, that's funny.
What is? Did you get this from Trump's website?
No, it's a gun show.
Is it?
Someone was selling this at a gun show. It's not made of tannerite, is it? Or tanite, is it?
He's sold hundreds of it.
That's insane.
I thought it was one of those chocolate, like a Trump Easter bunny.
Oh, I didn't even try and eat it. I didn't even try. I'm just having a cookie right here.
There you go.
All right. Welcome, everybody. The most relaxed election coverage in America. I'm Tony Katz. That right there is Sarah Smith. Sarah will be back with you in a second. Yeah, having a cookie. My name is Tony Katz. It's good to be with you. Don't forget to subscribe there on YouTube and on X at Tony Katz and everything else. So people are smoking cigars. David, if you want to turn on that second switch there and turn on the fan. Nope, you're so far away from it. Oh my God, you might want to try and be tall. Just hit the thing right there. There it is. Make that a little bit easier. Everyone's getting nuts over the election. I have no interest in doing that. And by the way, the South African Constitution does not believe in a First Amendment, doesn't believe in free speech at all. You have the right to express yourself, unless we don't like, in which case you go to jail. It's absolutely brutal. Indeed. Let's go through a couple numbers. I was going through that in Ohio, that Senate race right there, and where that polling was at the end. This is the CNN election center right here, and we have some information. So Indiana already called for Trump. No, not like that. Now go to the second button over there. Guys are trying to turn on the fan. And now go back into that. You ruined the whole thing. Indiana already called for Trump. Kentucky already called for Trump. West Virginia called for Trump as well. South Carolina now being called for Trump. Kamala Harris getting Vermont. It has not been called yet in New Hampshire. And this is Virginia. Now, I didn't think Trump was getting Virginia. And if it seems like the light is a little bit weird, that's because there's a fan on. Do me a favor, Greg. Pull that chain one more time. I'd appreciate that very, very much. Virginia's a hard one because it's just like the Illinois story, where you've got Cook County, Chicago, and then you've got the rest of the state being screwed. Virginia is all those areas around D.C., and then you got the rest of the state being screwed. That's what happens right over there. Let's head down to Florida, where Trump is clearly in the lead. I'm amazed that Kamala Harris has over 3 million votes so far. 65% in. And Georgia. It was so insulting with Georgia, where they were saying that Kamala Harris was going to take this. Kamala Harris was closing a gap. Do you have any idea how good the get out the vote effort is by Brian Kemp, the governor? I know Trump gave him all this hassle and everything else. Trump was wrong to do that. Do you know how good it is? It's freaking stupid good. These cookies are great, by the way. Is this from a mix? You made this from scratch? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. That's too good to be from scratch. That's delicious. If you've got cookies, we should get some cookies. Much better. It was never close in Georgia. Never once, never ever, never ever. It was insulting beyond insulting. And it's why people had this like massive issue with believing polls. And trust me, I was doing this every day on air. Took a fair amount of heat for the polls. Here, let me turn this up for you guys here in studio. So we're about to get to a closing of some polls, and Pennsylvania closes at 8 p.m. Eastern. So this is going to be fascinating. But there is a story that comes out of Indiana, which is Hamilton County, the richest county in the state, that seems to have trended to Democrats. I'm getting texts everywhere. This is an example of complacency. Allow me. The Republican Party here in Indiana is dreadful. They take it all for granted. They've got I'm getting applause in the studio. They've got a super majority. They take it all for granted, and they don't work their asses off. The Democrats work their stuff off. That's what happens. And when that happens, I mean, what do you think? Ryan, good to see you, man. What's going on? That's what happens. And yes, this is where probably the more college-educated people are. These people are willing to be suckered into anything. This will bring us to the conversation of suburban white women. Suburban white women can get guilted into anything. They are more than willing to sacrifice their daughters, in my view, in sports and a host of other things, as long as they can have an abortion. It's a very, very odd thing, but it's what happens. We should be clear that abortion does not seem to have won the day in Indiana as a thing trying to get people elected, but it is nationwide a religion that Democrats are going to continue to push on and push on and push on to try and get more people, because Republicans have yet to figure out how to message. They can't talk. They can't figure out how they're going to engage that. So getting back to the map here, this is what we know. Now, polls are about to close. So we've got about 5 minutes before these polls close. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the bathroom. I don't know. Is that not professional? I don't take the camera with me. Well, clearly, I don't think you understand how to build a fan base. That is what it is. So here's where we are right here. Let's see. Nothing new. Yes, I'm keeping an eye on MSNBC because those people are hilarious. This Senate race, the Sam Brown, Jackie Rosen race, the Nevada Senate race kills me, man. Because Jackie Rosen is ahead in that polling, and Sam Brown is a story war veteran. I mean, disfigured in war and running, and the idea that Trump could win Nevada and not carry Sam Brown with him blows my mind. And that's how I believe that he doesn't win. And that's how I believe Trump does not win the state. That's my thought here. This is my map, by the way. This is my 270 to win a map. And this map is meant to be very, very conservative. That's its purpose. Very conservative. Notice I only have him winning one of the 3 blue wall states and not winning Nevada. And the reason is this 272, remember, you only need 270 electoral votes to win. His path is much easier than Kamala Harris's path. Much, much easier. So that's my super conservative map. It's not what I want. Not only do I want him to exceed 300 in the Electoral College, because I think there's something mental to that where people can start playing with the word mandate. At 272, you can't. But at 300, you can kind of play that way, even if it's only like 20,000 votes here and 20,000 votes there. That's why Biden played in mandate. He didn't really have overwhelming results in Michigan and Pennsylvania to make that claim, but 300 electoral votes will get you to make that claim. And, well, it's Biden. He probably believed it anyway. Is he asleep right now? Is Joe Biden asleep right now? Are we taking bets? Yeah. Joe Biden's asleep?
It's after 5 p.m.
It's after 5 p.m., yeah.
Got the early bird special at dinner.
Right. Got the early bird, had himself a scoop of Rocky Road, and he's in his footy pajamas at this stage of the game. If you tell me, Tony, that's not nice, well, I wasn't trying to be nice. So we're totally fine right there. This is the Fox one right here. So over 300 lets you talk mandate. I want him to win the popular vote. I want Trump to desperately win the popular vote. Right. And it's so the left learns that they aren't what they think they are. Now, the right's going to take the wrong message from that, and they're going to take the message that everybody loves Trump. That is not the message. What are you smoking? Hold on a second. What is... Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought that was something else. I was going to throw it out. I was going to throw it out. That's fine. You're allowed that. When people don't smoke good cigars. No, that did not come with a wood tip. When people don't smoke good cigars, it makes me very unhappy. Is someone smoking a pipe? Is that what that is? Okay.
We're going to Michigan tomorrow.
I'll allow. Oh, are you going on a gummy run? Good for you. Good. That's right. I hang out with interesting people. What's it to you? I'm not going to give names. You're not going to see him on camera. I want him to say mandate. And so I want the popular vote for sure. So give me a minute. I will step away for a second, and I will be right back. Guys, welcome back. Hey, Tony Katz, how are you? Morning host at 93 WIBC in Indianapolis, host of Tony Katz Today, nationally syndicated, and Eat, Drink, Smoke, which is heard on over 80 stations across the country, the largest cigar and bourbon review radio program in America. We're keeping an eye on the results, and everything just closed in Pennsylvania, and the map has changed right there. Sarah, come on back in. Sarah runs everything digital that we do at at TonyKatz.com and Eat, Drink, Smoke. That's Sarah right there in the dark. Remind me to send you a studio light, Sarah.
Is it really that dark? I feel like I've got good lighting.
Yeah, you don't. I have good lighting. You have got a big, giant, hot mess. Is that
so? The husband's been sitting here going, "Do you want me to get you a light? Do you want me to get you a light?" And I'm like, "No."
Yeah, well, maybe you should learn to listen. I don't know right there. I'm gonna need another cigar in a minute. I'm still drinking this this Four-Gate right here. This is the Bluegrass Trilogy that's going on. 124.7 proof. Hold on a second, Sarah. Just entertain people.
Sure, absolutely. Have we put in the? Hold on, let me see what's here.
So good. Oh no! If you eat popcorn on camera, you'll choke and die. I can't do that. Welcome to the most relaxed election coverage in America. We weren't kidding when we said it, people. The most relaxed election day results show that there possibly is. The cigars, the bourbon, the everything else. So the polls just closed in a whole bunch of states. They're closed in Pennsylvania. 3% in. Harris with 71% of the vote. It's over. It's not over. Settle down. Let's take a look at a couple things that we've got. They're already calling Oklahoma for Trump. Missouri has not been called. It's got 10. Oh, no, they're calling it for Trump right there. They're already calling it for Trump right there. Missouri. There's Tennessee. They're already calling that for Trump. Alabama and Mississippi as well. So Illinois, they called it for Kamala Harris. Sarah, I am shocked.
I know. I can't even believe it. I fell out of my chair.
So this is just some of the things going on. Now we're looking at some of the Senate races as well. Really doesn't get interesting until we get over here in Montana and that Sheehy Tester race. Tester is going to lose that seat. West Virginia is a pickup. Notice it says flip right there. It is a flip for the Republicans. Are they calling? Oh, they've already called it. They've called the Senate race in Florida for Rick Scott. He's going to keep that seat. Wicker remains in Mississippi, and Marsha Blackburn remains in Tennessee. So it's already one pickup right here. New Jersey was only interesting because that was the seat that Bob Menendez had to leave because he liked gold bars from Egyptians. So that's where that is. So that's New Jersey. Florida already has been called for Trump, as we well know, and we are not in any way surprised by. We're not surprised by that at all.
I've got Decision Desk calling Oklahoma for Trump also. Again, not a surprise, but
no, not at all. And we're paying attention to these house races in a whole bunch of places. And I think I just passed her. Where is she? There's our friend Kat Kamek with 61% of the vote. I like Kat Kamek a lot. I like her a tremendous amount. That's the CNN election. This is MSNBC. Maybe we'll see Rachel Maddow cry, and more of the map. Texas is an interesting Senate race, Sarah, because Ted Cruz has had a hard time with Colin Allred, the Democratic congressman, and it's because Ted Cruz has a likability issue.
He sure does.
Super smart. Like super duper, super smart. He's
nice
just
guy. Also, he is a nice guy. It's just not, he doesn't present himself well.
When you say he doesn't present himself well, you mean he presents himself horrifically, right? Is this what you mean? Just absolutely, positively, horrifically, could not be worse in every way, shape, or form. That's what you mean.
That is what I mean.
That's what I thought you meant. But I want to see if I can find that Senate race there in Texas and see if we have any results. Let me go back to this and go back to the Senate races, and maybe now they'll start showing some things in Texas. Right now, 16% in, and you're seeing Cruz at a deficit here. Wait, take your time with things. You've got a lot of election to go. Don't get me wrong. Democrats flip that seat. That's the what's the word I'm looking for? Upset of the election. right? That you can't even state that Harris beating Trump would be an upset. Like I don't think that's the way it would be. That's the way I would see it, though. I just don't know that's the way America would see it, right? They see it as a tight race. This would be seen as an upset. But as we know, so much of what Democrats are running on is this conversation about abortion. They're running this thing about abortion all over the place. Now, abortion has not shown itself to be the subject that is truly moving voters, right? That's not the case. But yet they still run on it. They're desperate to run on it. This was, I forget the news outlet. It was CNN. And there is this guy who is talking to CNN. And he is saying that he voted for Kamala Harris. And this right here is why. Let me see if I can do this. There we go. I can do it. There it is. I'll do it in a second. Why is he voting for Kamala Harris? Because he has 3 daughters. And, well, abortion matters.
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but, just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. That's why I cast my vote today.
His whole vote is abortion, so his daughters can have abortion. I'm sorry, that is, I want to say criminal. I want to say madness. I don't know which is the right term. It's gross. Is that what we're just saying? It's just generally gross.
That's gross.
If you're voting for Kamala Harris because your daughters can have abortions, that is gross. That is ugly. They'll be able to have abortions. They'll never make the team. Seriously, man, you don't shake my hand. You just walk out of the bathroom. You don't say hello. I'm assuming you washed your hands. You say hello. My gosh, people all over the studio, guys. You're not going to be able to afford to send your kids to school, to college. You're not going to be able to afford a house, but they can get an abortion. I just, as a question, as a father, I don't have daughters, but I would ask the question this way. Is there ever a moment that you taught your daughters not to have sex? Wait until marriage? Did that conversation come up? Did it ever come up that maybe you should wait till after high school? Did it ever come up that maybe you should actually like the person? I'm curious where the line is in all of this. How do they put that one together? It's just flat out ugly as can be. But this is what they're betting on. This is everything to them. This is what they're moving in every way. And no, I do not think that they're going to stop. I don't think that they're going to stop at all. They really love this. They adore this. They want more of this. Let me go back to the map right here. Guys, welcome as we cross 2,000. Good to see you. I really do appreciate it. My name's Tony Katz. I host mornings on WIBC 93.1 FM in Indianapolis. And then I do a nationally syndicated midday show called Tony Katz Today. I host Eat, Drink, Smoke, the largest cigar and bourbon radio review show in the country with Fingers Malloy. And we're hanging out. It's the most relaxed election day coverage in America. I'm nursing the Four Gate because I'm talking. A Four Gate, the Bluegrass trilogy, but I need another cigar. Hey, Andrew, I need you to go into the humidor, second drawer, get me one of the Fuente 20 years. We're playing it big, people. We're doing it respectfully. You've got my cigar? Oh, good Lord. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is it a Baccarat? Is it a Baccarat? Oh, you take that back right there. No, I'll smoke it. Fine. This is right here. I Wait, I don't have my cutter. Yeah, I need a cutter. So this was part of a collection. And I'll get to some of this polling in just a moment. This was a collection that was done with Padron and Arturo Fuente. And so Padron did one in honor of Arturo Fuente. And then Fuente did one in honor of Jose Padron. So this is the one that was, I believe this is the one that is Padron. No, this is Fuente in honor of Jose Padron. These cigars came in at $150 to $200 a stick. I mean, yes, thank you, Boo Bear.
From the pizza delivery boy.
I appreciate you quite a bit. I'm going to smoke this well and joyously, and I'm going to have a very good time doing that right there. Lighter I've got, man. I appreciate that. I got people all over the studio finding seats, hanging out. Let me bring, Sarah left for a second. Let me bring back the stage here. Let me bring back this map right here, because there was a conversation about Georgia, and it was it Trump up to 25% from 11% in Georgia from 2020? You mean the increase in the numbers? This was the point about Georgia from the beginning. It was ridiculous when people said there was any opportunity for Kamala Harris here. You can argue Atlanta from now until the end of time. What you can't argue is that Brian Kemp has that place on lockdown. He has been incredible, which is why the people who were so Trump 24/7 and so not fans of Brian Kemp and angry with him and angry with Raffensperger, you were wrong to try and cause a fight with Brian Kemp. You needed him. And Brian Kemp has delivered, and delivered in a big way. Those are some good numbers. But wait, I missed Pennsylvania. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh crap. Pennsylvania has less than 1% of the vote in, showing 63% for Kamala Harris, with only 33,000 votes showing 36% for Donald Trump. We've got a night here. And they've already, you had the senator from Delaware, Chris Coons, saying that you might not know the state of Pennsylvania for days. That is just ugly stuff. And every time that happens, and don't even get angry with people when they're like, it's fraud. What do you expect them to say? 5 days? 5 days, it's fraud, kitten. It is what it is. Or at least it's the perception. That's really the argument. It's the perception of fraud. And don't be surprised when people say this is messed up. Hold on a second. Life is good. Life is very, very good right there. I have some other video to get to you, but I'm going to bring Sarah back in right now, right there. Hello. Oh, look at you. You got some lighting, Sarah.
I did it. That's
Excellent.
where I was. I was trying to figure out the lighting situation. But
Excellent
now I
work.
can't see anything because I've been looking right into the lights. So
Well, it happens. So we've have some more numbers coming in. This is Ohio right now, 53 or almost 54% for Harris, 45% for Trump. You have 27% of the vote in, but this is one of those examples of places you can't read into it early. You're going to see what happens in Cincinnati and Cleveland, and by the way, Columbus, where Ohio State is, be very different than the rest of the state. And where those numbers, I can guarantee you that nobody in East Palestine is voting for Kamala Harris. I just want to put my money down now on that. And here is Michigan, 65% to 32% Harris over Trump, but only 3% of the vote in. So we got a lot of evening ahead of us right there. Sarah, you were watching Fox News, and they're saying that Trump has doubled his black vote.
Correct.
In the state of Georgia?
Correct. There is a clip in Graveyard about it if you want to throw it up there, how Kamala is grossly underperforming with the black vote in Georgia.
I will go grab that right now because we've got
it's a Fox News poll to go with it.
I'll get it right here. So this was from Fox, and what they're saying is they're fully aware that is Trump overperforming in their view, or is Kamala Harris underperforming? Because those are two very, very different things.
Right. So the conversation is about how Kamala Harris is underperforming in the black vote, but more recently than the video clip, they have said that he has doubled his vote.
All right, let me open this up here and see what I can do with that, because two things can, by the way, be true at the same time, but one is more impactful.
Step, timing of your vote. We know so many went out for early voting. Let's see how those votes are breaking down in Georgia. Those who cast their vote early, look at this. They did not prefer a candidate if they early voted. It is split 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump.
Can we just take a second? That's an incredible stat. Early voting in the state of Georgia was tied. Democrats vote early. Republicans have only learned to vote early. Tied in Georgia, 49% to 49%. You know, I'll hit Republicans upside the head all day long. Republican Party is the party is stupid. Don't get me wrong. I voted for Trump, but still, it is what it is. That, again, the superiority of what Kemp has built in Georgia, that's a really, really good number.
All right, let's look at some of these other key data points. We know race was huge. The black vote was huge for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 2020. So let's look at how they are turning out in this election. All right, this is the first time we can break this down among black voters and their support for Kamala Harris. While strong, she is below where Biden was in 2020, 4 years ago. This number for Biden was more like 91. So she's running about 8 points behind where Biden was with the black vote in Georgia in 2020.
The question here is whether or not that trends nationally. If we argue it's just 8%, you may have wanted it to be 14%. I'll pick a number. If it trends nationally, that's huge. Now, the counter to this has been the idea of a white college-educated voters, men and women, going for Kamala Harris. Did it cancel it out? Harry Enton over at CNN, who I think has done very, very good work this election season. I think Harry Enton's been honorable and honest and clear and concise. His argument is that it can cancel each other out. I want to see where those numbers end up. But if 8% swings take place nationwide, is that enough to just not that alone got Trump over the hump? It pulled Harris down more. So this has been an ongoing theory of mine. I'll be back with you, Sarah, in just 1 second. So there's been this ongoing theory of mine about Trump's support and Harris's support, that Trump has a ceiling. Trump has a ceiling of support. It's at 48, 49%. That's it. It can't go higher. He's not as popular as his supporters would desperately want him to be. Kamala Harris had the room to move up, and she had the room to fall. My argument is that she's fallen. And what has infuriated me about the polling numbers is it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough of a drop. That, to me, was always infuriating. You heard her and you heard she was foolish. Policy, there is no policy. As a matter of fact, if you ask her about policy, you're a racist. Listen, a policy, one could argue, could be racist, right? Depending on the policy. Asking about a policy cannot be. As a matter of just default, it simply can't be racist. That's not how any of this works. It's just not something that's possible. So I have been all over this subject about where these numbers are and how these numbers work. So now let me get back to this right here. Sarah, good to have you back. And let's let this continue.
All right. I have another data point where I'm going to combine this with gender. OK, so now you look at the black male voter in Georgia. We know both candidates have spent a lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20% in that state. With black men, Harris is at 73%, Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that. Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%. Okay? So right now, she's running about 13 points with black men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020. All right, another data point there, Brett, because I know.
No. I want people to start singing my praises. I want this room to say, genius. I'm a genius. Thank you. You didn't have to say that. Seriously, my gosh, people. This was a race about men. This has always been a race about men. From the beginning, it was about men. We said so from the beginning. It was not about women. Because women, we had an inkling based on past what they were going to do. This was about men, and now it's starting to show itself at least in the state of Georgia. I just wanted to be told I was a genius just once, Sarah.
Just the one time.
Let me finish this up.
You asked. Black women as well in Georgia. We had been watching this. Here it is. Strong showing, 89%. But let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden with black women in Georgia 4 years ago was at 95% of their support. She is also running behind with them by about 6 points.
Made the audio cut out.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
Kamala Harris in Georgia is 6 points under where Joe Biden was in 2020 with black women.
Yep.
This is a room that loves black women. Ladies, stop on by and feast.
We have an anecdotal story here from Maryland on the same subject. The husband was out at a job. He works in emergency recovery after disasters and things, and he was out at a job in Montgomery County, Maryland, where we are. For anyone who isn't aware, we're swamp adjacent here. That's what we like to call it.
Right.
And a gaggle of black women, all unsolicitedly, told him about how they're all voting for Trump. All their friends are voting for Trump. They don't trust Kamala Harris. She is making their neighborhoods unsafe, like just on, and just all of them were just wanted him to know how strongly they felt.
You understand how much that just absolutely ruins their narrative.
Yep.
Just rips the narrative apart about what people vote on. There are plenty of people who vote on color. There are plenty of people who vote on sex. And I'm not going to deny that happens. They'll vote on ethnicity. They'll vote on absolutely. But there's far more, I would argue, people vote in their own self-interest. They vote what is necessary for them to be able to survive and thrive. And that applies regardless of wherever you are. Now, I will tell you, Sarah, that here at the TKHQ, I have Newsmax on, right? That's what's on the big screen. The people here want me to put it on CNN because if Trump wins, they want to watch everybody cry.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I mean,
my problem is I don't get CNN, so someone's got to figure out how to cast that thing. Someone's got to figure out how to do that, or someone's got to make a payment to CNN Plus.
Well, I mean, if you ask me, you want to be on MSNBC watching Maddow.
Oh, I want to watch Maddow. Wait, hold on. Show of hands. Would you rather watch Maddow and Joy Reid cry? Or would you rather watch Jake Tapper and that crew cry? Not Maddow wins. You're right, Sarah. You understand the people.
I do.
You understand the people.
Understand the people. I'm a woman of the people.
They want to watch Maddow and his twin, Mark Cuban, cry. Her twin. Maddow would be his twin. Don't get that wrong. There will be emails for sure. Taking a look at the map right now, see if there's any changes going on. This is Michigan with 5% in, 60% basically for Kamala Harris, and near 39% for Trump. Pennsylvania, 7% in. I mean, that looks ugly. 72% for Harris, 26% for Donald Trump. A lot of evening to go. I mean, Ohio is still trending for Kamala Harris, but that is a closing gap, 52 to 40, basically 53 to 47% right there. There's Virginia has come a little close, 51% to 48%, basically. Harris over Donald Trump. Now, by the way, why is Rob Schmidt? Do you know why Rob Schmidt's talking about Hamilton County? He's from Carmel. Rob, who hosts a show on Newsmax, is from Carmel, Indiana, where a bunch of us are from. And so that's why he's discussing it. I'm telling you, the Hamilton County story is going to be giant. A giant story come tomorrow, and how Democrats work and how Republicans don't. Kansas right here with Kamala Harris in the lead right now, and there is Texas with Trump ahead 52 to 46 right there. Let me get over to the Fox numbers and the Senate map right here. First, let me check their presidential, see if anything has changed, and so far nothing, except in Ohio they now see Trump a little bit higher. In Virginia they see Trump a little bit higher. In Michigan they still see Trump trailing, but it has closed a little bit. But get to that Senate race, because you got to control it all. Notice how it is closed, just like we said that it would. Colin Allred is still in the lead right now by about 100,000 votes, 109,000 votes, give or take, with 49.94%. And Ted Cruz, the incumbent, at 48.114. Now, yes, this is true, by the way, Brad, in a couple of places. You had lots of issues in some counties in Pennsylvania. You had issues in a couple of spots. And so what happened is they extended the amount of time that these places can vote. That is different than, let's say, the Georgia Supreme Court told Cobb County you can't extend the vote. The county didn't get the ballots out to people, mail-in ballots, absentee ballots, in time. Like they said they would, they were like 3 days late. So they said, all right, we'll give you 3 more days to get your vote in. And the Supreme Court of Georgia said, yeah, we're not doing that. Basically just gave you the eyes like Sarah just did right there. Big wide eyes. That is not how this works. Because you are morons doesn't mean that we change anything. And that is absolutely the correct way to go about it. So you're right. Pennsylvania still has a bunch of counting to do. And some of these things are going to take longer. I don't think that what's the word I'm looking for? I'll skip it. I'll come back to it. I'm trying to see if there's any other new data that's coming in.
Decision Desk has not called Illinois for Harris, just for the record.
Yeah, I'm on it right now, but because Trump is at 40% of the vote and only 4% of that vote is in.
Right.
Sarah, I'll bring it to you right here. This is Decision Desk. And there it is, 58.9 to 40% right there. The polls in Arkansas have just closed. Nancy Mace winning re-election in South Carolina as well. So there's no question Illinois is going for Kamala Harris. We don't have to play the game on that one. That's we know exactly how that's going to go. I want to see what was happening with some of the other networks, and we shared that Jake Tapper one where Tapper is just stunned by what's happening with the exit polls. Do you have that, Sarah? Can you throw that back up?
I can put that back in there. Hold on.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd appreciate that quite a bit. Can't believe how this is all happening. That
Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin. from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian and Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing is wild.
It's a huge swing.
It's a huge swing. And I love that they are shocked and surprised by it. It gives me joy to know. And Sarah, I'll catch up with you in a little bit. The fundamental issue in this election is the idea of Trump or Harris is going to be this conversation of mandate, and thinking that your candidate won because they were really preferred, when we clearly were dealing with an election that involves just having one side truly having, in the majority of cases, a detestment for the other side. Right, that's what it is that we're seeing, and I don't want people to get it confused. If I want Trump to win, and if Trump wins and they keep the House and the Senate, I want them to run head first into getting things done, getting things accomplished in the 2 years that they can, because the Senate map doesn't look good in 2026 for Republicans, and they're going to have to deal with that. And they're going to lose that Senate in 26. That's the way they have to think. That, don't get me wrong, they should fight like you wouldn't believe to get it done, but they have to move to get everything done in 2 years, no matter what the press says, no matter what Chuck Schumer complains about. To hell with Chuck Schumer. Don't worry about him in the slightest. Hold on a second. Dave, are you seeing something that's moving you? Are you seeing something that's moving you that you were looking around? Hold on. So more people would have voted for Trump in 2024 in the state of Indiana than in 2016, which is an interesting kind of number to play with. Guys, I am glad you're all here. We're going to take a quick break, and then I have got much more coverage. Keep it here, guys. Welcome back, everybody. Good to be with you. My point about what?
Baldwin County in Georgia is
Right? Look at me. I'm making points. According to the crowd here, I'm making points. Guys, my name is Tony Katz. Welcome. Welcome to the most relaxed election coverage in America. I am the morning host of 93.1 FM WIBC in Indianapolis, host of Tony Katz Today, nationally syndicated around the country. Ask for it wherever it is you live, and the host of Eat, Drink, Smoke, which is the largest cigar and bourbon radio review program in America. And I'm still drinking my Four-Gate here. I may move to something else right here, part of the Bluegrass Trilogy. And I'm smoking the Fuente for Padron. This was a collaboration that Fuente and Padron did here. This is a rare find, a rare stick given to me by one of the people here in studio. I want to show you a number here as we're covering the election. And this is Virginia. And as you can see in Virginia right now, Donald Trump has the lead. I want to be perfectly clear. I do not believe Trump wins Virginia by any stretch of the imagination. If Trump wins Virginia, what is the name? Who bars the door? You know the expression, someone bar the door? Katie bar the door. Katie, bar the door, Katie. Because at that moment, this is blowout. Remember, as Leland Vittert over there at News Nation pointed out, this was a state that Biden won by double digits. He won it by double digits. So this is kind of a remarkable thing right there. I'm going to bring Sarah back in. She runs all our digital. She doesn't like last names. She just goes by Sarah.
It's like Cher.
Right. She's the Cher of all things digital for sure. Let's take a look at some of the things going on here as we take a look at some of these states, guys. We know certain things have happened already. What you're seeing in red are states that have been called for Donald Trump. What you're seeing in the blue, in the dark, in the full blue, are states that have been called for Kamala Harris. Trump has 111 electoral votes right now to Kamala Harris's 31. And yes, this number is not deceiving. And Jonathan, I see you, and you're right. Trump is leading in the popular vote by 4 million votes. Guys, we got a lot of state to count. We have not counted California. Everybody needs to calm down. Everybody needs to take a breath. People get immediately wound up by this election stuff. Oh, here's what it means. Slow up. Whoa up, people. Let's do this together. What you're seeing in the stripes, these are races that are still going on. Donald Trump is ahead in North Carolina with 52.5%. You've got 21% of the vote in Georgia. 52% of the vote in. Trump is ahead by 11%. This is what you would have expected there. Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, not Wisconsin. They haven't closed yet. This gap has been constantly closing. Only 37% of the vote in. What happens in Cleveland, what happens in Cincinnati is going to be far different than what happens in the rest of the state. Sans Columbus, because that's Ohio State University. Certainly more young people, more leftists, one would agree. This number right here, showing Kamala Harris at 70% in Pennsylvania. Everybody slow down. This is 12% of the vote in. We're a long way from knowing. Same thing is true with Michigan, with only 8% of the vote happening at this point. These Senate races, we're looking at those as well. And there, as we have been tracking this, Ted Cruz is now in the lead in Texas with over 50% of the vote, with a lead of about 140,000 votes. Nope, 160,000 votes? Well, let's call it 150,000 votes, and we'll split the difference. 150,000 votes going on right there. Ohio, Brown right now ahead, barely. Bernie Moreno, the Republican, was leading in the polling when the Real Clear Politics average came done. All finished. I think I have it right here. Here it is right here. He was ahead by 1.7, winning 3 of the last 4 polls. Sarah, are you smoking a cigar?
Yes.
What are you smoking?
I'm having the Lampert 1675 Azul.
Very, very cool people. We met them at the Premium Cigar Association trade show. Nice stick, nice cigar. You're doing well. You're doing it right there. So Bernie Moreno has real chances here, real chances for the Republicans to have a pickup in that seat. West Virginia is a pickup already. They're calling it for Jim Justice. The governor, now running for Senate. They are calling that a pickup right there. And Rick Scott, who right there, keeping his seat. They haven't called it for him yet. Have they called that for him?
No.
They haven't called that for Rick Scott yet. But this is he's ahead by 13 points. This is a fait accompli. Did they call it for Rick Scott already? Okay. This map needs to update there. Rick Scott might be the leader in the Senate. Now, I know that people, they like to bag on Cocaine Mitch. They love to hate the turtle, Mitch McConnell. I've never been one of those people. I've never hated Mitch McConnell. Just keeping Merrick Garland off the Supreme Court, it was enough for me. Only thing he ever did, only thing he ever had to do. Why don't we at least hold the vote on Merrick Garland being a Supreme Court nominee? Nah, we're not going to do that. That was tough. That was gangster tough. Mitch has certainly disappointed since. And as the story goes, Mitch McConnell and the Senate kind of PACs where they give money to candidates withheld money from certain candidates. Unacceptable stuff. I don't want to hear about your politics. I don't actually care. You need Republicans to win elections. That's what you need. And if you don't have them winning elections, you've got bigger problems. Much, much bigger problems. For me, the biggest problem is the commercials are stupid loud. Good Lord. Newsmax, figure it out. Someone get an equalizer or something. Buy something from Radio Shack if you would do that very much. I'd appreciate it. So Mitch McConnell will be out. Mitch McConnell will not be the Senate Majority Leader. And applause for seeing Mitch McConnell go. You guys are so absolutely rude. You don't like cocaine China Mitch? Good gosh, what kind of Americans are you? Rick Scott might be the next leader of the Senate. You understand that Trump now being from Florida, Senate Majority Leader from Florida, man, that's a lot of power in the state of Florida. A tremendous amount of power that's happening in the state of Florida. Right there. Let me bring this to you. This is Brit Hume. And Brit Hume is discussing this idea of, we talked about abortion being the biggest conversation for the Democrats and not necessarily moving anybody. As Guy Benson from Fox pointed out too, in exit polls that Fox was getting, abortion was third on their list at 11%. That's all it got. But one of the things that Democrats were desperate to focus on was this idea of threat to democracy. Oh my gosh, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. Everybody knows that he's going to destroy a democracy. It was gross. It was absolutely positively disgusting that there was in any way, shape, or form this idea. And of course, these people are shameful. And if there's any question that they were calling for harm to come to Donald Trump, allow me to tell you, they were trying to harm Donald Trump. Every time they said threat to democracy, every time they said the country's going to get destroyed, we have to keep him out of office, it was the call for a lone wolf. It was the call to do him damage. That's That cannot be denied. And I will gladly push back on anybody who tries. But I thought this was interesting from Brit Hume over there at Fox News just a few moments ago.
That he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see the increase in his approval numbers translate into something positive for him tonight?
And if you work your way back to what that's about January 6th.
Can I clarify
and the price he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. You know, the threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it. Go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this. Our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021, to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House. Stand by, panel, if you would.
So I think that is well said and well understood by the vast majority of Americans. Now, Sarah, I bring you back here. Let's take a look at this right here. Illinois has been called for Kamala Harris. And yes, Rick Scott has been called the winner of the Senate race in the state of Florida. So he will keep that Senate seat. We're following along. You've got 13% in Pennsylvania that is reported in, and Kamala Harris is ahead with 67% of the vote. Look at Ohio. We knew it was only a matter of time. There's the turnaround with 45% of the vote in. Donald Trump with almost 52% of the vote, and you've got Kamala Harris with 47% of the vote. Michigan starting to tighten, but only 7% in, 55% to 43%. These things are going to take a while. Remember, you only need one. Trump only needs one of these blue wall states. The blue wall is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That's what it's called. That's how it's referred to. Now, I don't remember, Sarah, it ever being referred to as the blue wall until this year. Was it referred to as a blue wall in 2020?
Oh, yeah.
Was it?
I mean, was it? Isn't it? Like,
that's what I'm asking you.
I'm pretty sure the blue wall is an old.
It's an old wooden ship from the Civil War era, I believe.
I don't, I'm pretty sure that I have heard the term before this year. The blue wall has been in every election from 1992 to 2020.
Is that right?
With the exception of 2016, when Donald Trump won the electoral votes of Michigan, Pennsylvania. That's right. That's where because Donald Trump broke the blue wall.
2,000, a little less than 2,000.
In 2016. That was definitely a thing. That was the first time they started crying.
I've been watching this the last 5
I must have forgotten. I'll take the blame for that. Now, one of the subjects has been the idea of endorsements. And of course, you had the late endorsements from Megyn Kelly and from Joe Rogan. And I make the argument that a Megyn Kelly endorsement doesn't move the needle. It certainly doesn't move the needle a day before the election. Some people have argued, when you think about the history that those two have with each other, the anger, the name calling, the everything else, maybe it does. Maybe it shows that people can be reconnected and people can see that the policy matters more. Maybe. I still don't know. If Rogan had endorsed Trump a week ago, I think that would have moved much, much more than just yesterday. Agree or disagree, Sarah?
Agree. There is actually, I have a video clip for you if you would like to see a perfect example.
Yeah, but what makes this clip interesting is that this is was not the endorsement. This was just seeing Trump go on Joe Rogan.
Right. This
and
was
how
all it took was her not going on Joe Rogan. That was reason enough. I mean, because that is the endorsement. That is on Kamala Harris's part. That is her acknowledgement that I want you people to hear what I have to say.
Here, let me pull this up. Check this out.
Sure.
If I can figure out how to do just that.
Do you want me to put it in?
No, I got it. You can get rid of the Jake Tapper one though. But I think
masculine identity. We've actually been hearing a lot of talk about the Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan podcast. In fact, a little while ago, we were talking to two guys. One of them said that he was on the fence until he said when Kamala did not go on the Joe Rogan podcast, that was what influenced his vote. He ended up voting for Trump, but he said that he was open to listening to Kamala on the podcast, and when she didn't, again, not necessarily all the issues, but the fact that he said she didn't seem like a real person because she couldn't talk for an extended period of time. So
that's incredible. That's an incredible story. If just not doing the interview moved people, that is pretty incredible stuff. By the way, the polls are about to close. Arizona, Colorado, Iowa. Now, for the people who told me that I was a terrible person for doubting Jan Selzer and her polling that was with the Des Moines Register that showed Kamala Harris up by 3, we're about to find out whether I'm right or I'm wrong. That decision is going to be made. He wins by, was it 8 against or 9 against Hillary? He wins by like 7 or 8 against Biden. All of a sudden, it's going to be +3 for Kamala Harris because senior women are all about abortion. I didn't. Who bought that from the beginning? The very concept of it. And that's what I said. That and the CNN poll that was in Michigan that had Trump up by 6, and then or was it CNN had Wisconsin had Trump up that had Harris up by 6, and then there was the Susquehanna poll in Michigan that had Harris up by 5. I'm like, these are outliers. We should dismiss these things. We should be honest about what we're seeing in data and not saying, well, it's beneficial for the cause, so blanket, screw it. I always say blanket. It sounds like I'm saying blanket as opposed to blank it. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it classy for the kids, and you're supposed to dismiss those things. You're not supposed to take that stuff seriously.
Well, if I recall correctly, Ann Selzer was doing an interview and basically acknowledged that her poll was garbage.
What, Ann Selzer's poll?
Yeah, that she read it wrong. Yeah, I have it.
No, that was a commentary about Ryan Gerdusky's comments where she didn't know what the R and the D meant. Because Ryan Gerdusky just slapped the daylights out of that poll. He beat that poll like he was supposed to. Okay. And so in when it said R and D, she's like, well, wait, what does the R and D mean? It wasn't her own data she was referring to.
Got it. Okay,
although I think
I'll stop looking for it.
I think rational people would agree that if you're looking at polling and you would just make the assumption that the R and D was Republican and Democrat. Now she wants to say, hey, I just want to make sure that means what it means. That'd be one thing. She did come across a little bit like, well, I'm not so sure what that's all about. Right. And I don't want to say that she's a bad pollster. I think it's a kind of messed up thing to do. She has a pretty solid track record, better than mine in polling, for sure. But sometimes a poll should say to you, this doesn't make sense. If it showed Trump +1, if it showed a tie, that's possible.
Right.
Harris +3 seemed radical. Absolutely radical in its presentation, and that's just it. When they put polls out, it's like it's same day, Iowa. You had an Emerson poll that showed Trump +10. Now, it was outside the margin of error, which was 3, and Selzer's poll wasn't outside the margin of error. That said, I don't think Trump's winning it by 10. I just don't see that being the case
Right.
at all. And I think that when you put something out there like that, that you're skewing the data for no good reason. It clearly should say to you, this is odd and strange and peculiar. I just came across this. People who were discussing that the very idea that you gotta lie to your husband. Sarah, did you lie to your husband when you were voting? Did you lie to your husband? No.
He knows exactly who I voted for.
Is that because he told you who to vote for?
That's in fact, we even made the joke as we went up to the booths next to each other. There was a third person with us, and she was very nice. She's like, "Oh, I'll let you stand next to your husband." And I said, "Oh, that's good because he's telling me how to vote."
Trump's at 120.
You are.
Oh, and he had 2 ballots in his folder.
Am I the only person who in a polling place doesn't speak to another soul?
Oh, I spoke to a soul. I had a conversation with the gentleman that took my ballot.
About what?
So in Maryland, when you enter your paper ballot into the scanner, the screen comes up and it just says, "We've received your ballot." But there's no final confirmation step. In other states that I've voted, there's a screen that comes up that says, "Is this correct?"
Right, and then you press a button to approve that, or something like that.
Printout or something like some sort of confirmation. But there was no step, so I was like, "Oh, is there no confirmation step?" And he said, "The screen should read that it received your ballot." And I said, "It does, but is there any way to confirm that the scanner read my ballot correctly?" And he just looked at me and said, "The machine is working," and gave me a smile. And I said, "I am sure it is."
So I make the argument, and I did that. All right, this election is about men, and I've been saying that this election is about men, and there was no question and no doubt in any way, shape, or form that there are plenty of men not voting for Kamala Harris. And if you want to say it's sexism, that's the problem Kamala Harris and the Democrats have. You can lecture to these people all you want. You can lecture them all you want. You can hector them all you want, but you can't get them to change their vote because of that. And I certainly believed that white men were going to say anything to their wives that they needed to, and then in the end, they were going to vote for Trump. This was my take. It is kind of a takeoff on what the Harris team did by saying it's okay to lie to your spouse. It's okay to lie to your spouse. The way the Harris team did it wasn't what people might do in the privacy of their own lives. It is that it was your husband's a bad person for the way they're voting. I never said that a husband thinks their wife is a bad person for voting for Harris. They're just not going to do it. The Harris team said your husband's a bad person. Well, one guy clearly thought that he would be a bad person if he voted for Harris because his girlfriend didn't want it. This is amazing.
Boris, you just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that, but it's funny to say that.
So she asked you.
He didn't make that up. She was going to break up with him if he didn't vote for Harris. Right? That guy is full of crap. That's exactly what happened.
100%. What is it with this emotional, I often make the equation, the comparison between the government's relationship with us and an abusive relationship. I mean, this is emotional abuse. You do not threaten your relationship to force somebody to make a decision. I mean, it's just insanity. This is not how any of this is supposed to work.
Well, no, not at all. You're not supposed to do any of this stuff. But I hear that. The minute I heard that, I'm like, oh, no. That guy voted for Harris because his girlfriend said, you're not getting any anymore.
Absolutely.
Not break up with you. You're not getting any anymore. I'm not going to break up with you so I could still abuse you. I'm going to let that finish up real quick.
You to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home.
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed. But here's the thing. How long did it most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us how long it took you to vote.
So I got off of work at 4:30, drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back to you.
Yes, Aaron, back to you. And Brian, I'm sorry, I'm inviting some people on to the show, seeing who's around as we're starting to get some real interesting closings. 9 p.m. on the East Coast here. Tony Katz, good to be with you. I've got a cigar right now, but don't worry. More cigars will come. Have no fear. That is Sarah. She runs everything digital. I'm the morning host of 93.1 FM WIBC in Indianapolis and host of Tony Katz Today, nationally syndicated across the country. It should be where you are, and you should tell your local radio station that I should be on the air. I'm also the host of Eat, Drink, Smoke. It is the largest cigar and bourbon radio review program in America. Oh, look, there's our little Eat, Drink, Smoke logo right there. Isn't that adorable? I forgot to put the logo up. There you go, Sarah. A little TK action there for you. And glad that you're here. Really do appreciate everyone being here as we're starting to get into the meat of the matter. We're getting close here on our stream to having 3,000 people joining in and following along. This is the most relaxed election day results show in America, ladies and gentlemen. And my studio is filled with cigar smoking degenerates. I'm not even going to lie. And Sarah, who's not in studio, but if she was here, she would be one of the cigar smoking, bourbon drinking degenerates. I am smoking from it's a collaboration between Padron and Fuente. This is Arturo Fuente for Jose Padron, and in honor of the Padron family, a collaboration they did. This is a $175 cigar, and it was given to me, and I said, why, yes, I will. I'm still drinking the Four Gate. This is the Bluegrass Trilogy right here.
Very nice.
To your health, everybody. Everybody drink. Let me get to some of the comments right here. If everybody in the background is talking a little too loud, I'll tell them to shut it, or really I'll just get a little bit closer up to the mic, and that way it won't be a problem right there. What is the over-under on Tony keeping the sweet jacket on until the end of the stream? They always ask. They always ask.
I want to see you take your shirt off.
I know.
What happens every time. Every time.
That's it. No, I'm good. I'm good with that. By the way, this for me is relaxed. Now, this is the question. Why does it take days to count votes? And the answer is, I don't have an answer for you. I have zero answer for why.
Florida's almost done.
Florida figured it out. They were the embarrassment to the nation, and they said, we can't live like this. And they changed it. Yet everybody else seems to just like, we'll get to it when we get to it. And everybody knows that it's just people say, well, clearly this is a fraud coming. They're trying to find ways to cheat. And it's not always true. But how do you tell these people no when they're doing it? It is irrational and downright irresponsible that these places take this long. It is irresponsible and irrational. MSNBC, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look.
Do we see that Ohio's been called for Trump on decision desk?
I haven't seen that yet. Let me double check right there. Of course, they flipped the Senate seat in West Virginia. Trump with 154 electoral votes, according to MSNBC, 178 according to Fox. So it's a great example of how they call things differently. Where is Decision Desk? Right here.
Decision Desk has him at 194.
Decision Desk has indeed called Ohio for Trump. And yes, Decision Desk has Trump at 194 electoral votes. This is different than Fox News, which has him at 178, because they have not called Ohio yet. They at Fox have not yet called the state of Ohio, but Decision Desk, as you can see, has. I would argue without any hesitation that Fox is still suffering massively from what happened in 2020 in the call for Arizona. I mean, this took Chris Stirewalt out of Fox. He's now with News Nation. I don't think Stirewalt's a bad guy. I never thought Stirewalt was a bad guy. It was a bad call. It was too early and unnecessary. You could have taken some time. And I think that with Fox, it is once bitten, 27 times shy. I think, I absolutely think that's what it is that we're seeing here, that they're going to take their time. They're going to be patient about the things. Over at CNN, they've got it at 154 electoral votes for Donald Trump. They only have 30 listed for Kamala Harris, when Fox has her at 113 and Decision Desk has her at 95. So CNN is being even... do I need to update something? Like, if I update, will that change?
No, I think the networks are being very careful.
As
they should be.
Okay, careful is one thing. This is that's just silly. I mean, that's silly. I think you can clearly state what is. And right here, we take a look at some of these Senate races. We don't know anything about Arizona yet. I'm keeping an eye on that race because Kari Lake has been trending very close. The coattails of Trump might be massive there. Rick Scott, the incumbent in Florida, taking his race. This is the Maryland race. This is where Sarah is. So Sarah is in Maryland. Larry Hogan, the governor, anti-Trump Republican governor, popular somewhat as a governor. Wes Moore, the current Democratic governor, more popular, I would say for sure. But I don't know anything about Angela also Brooks and how this race is coming about. What do you know?
I know nothing about Angela.
Good.
Alsop
So glad I asked.
Except that her commercials run constantly and they're all negative ads.
Oh, yeah?
So she doesn't, all of her ads are very stock, like she's going to make everything better. Here's all the awful things my opponent's done, and I'm going to make everything better. I approve this message.
So no real message at all.
No, but she doesn't have to because it's Maryland and she's a Democrat.
The Michigan Senate race right now has Slotkin over Mike Rogers by 14 points, but there's only 9% of that vote in. This Montana, this is a flip. Tim Sheehy has the ability to take the seat from the Democrats, from John Tester. Tester is detested in Montana. Aaron Flint, who is Montana Talks, a radio host there, has been covering this, has been on top of this. It's really been it's not that the race so much has been ugly, although I guess people in Montana could disagree with me. It's that the turn against Tester has been ugly. There's just no interest in him and what it is that he offers. That is a race that I think right now you can state is going to be a flip. This Nebraska race is certainly interesting with Dan Osborne, an independent, over Deb Fisher. And this is the killer. How Sam Brown is not doing better, considering how Trump is doing better in Nevada, bothers me to no end. Bernie Moreno leading the Democrat incumbent, Sherrod Brown, in Ohio. That should be a pickup. And if that's a pickup, that is huge. And then there's Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania right now in this Senate race, you never mind the battleground that it is for the presidency. You have got 20% of the vote in. Bob Casey is the incumbent, and he has 58.8% of the vote. McCormick ran for Senate in 2020. No. Fetterman got in 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay. And McCormick lost to Dr. Oz.
Yes.
In that election. It is certainly possible that McCormick beats Fetterman in that race, or at least would have had a better showing. He has been trending up. He's been trending in the right direction, and I'd wait. I wouldn't say that this race is over. I would say that race has a lot to go in it. Want to finish up these Senate races for you right here as we get past Pennsylvania. Of course, the Texas race, and Trump and Ted Cruz continues to build there, now at 51.4%. We knew this would be a tight race against Colin Allred. The flip, Jim Justice, the Republican, taking the Senate seat that was a Manchin seat, and now you've got Republicans there, and Wisconsin. Eric Hovde coming on strong in the last waning weeks of the campaign. Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat incumbent. Pay attention to this race as we learn more about it. There's a lot to cover. Sarah's going to continue her cigar. I'm going to continue mine. I am thrilled that you guys are here. We're going to cover it all. And yes, we're going to get into what in the bloody heck's going on in Virginia. This is a state that Biden won by double digits in 2020. If Trump is close, the story is massive. Trump takes Virginia, we got ourselves a run. That much is for sure. Guys, I am thrilled that you're here. We take the quick break. We'll be right back. Guys, welcome back. Good to be with you. Tony Katz, and welcome to the most relaxed election coverage in America. Grab your cigar. I should have brushed my hair right there. I don't know what's going on with that. I hope you'll forgive me for not being even more perfectly quaffed. I am the morning host of 93.1 FM WIBC in Indianapolis. I also host Tony Katz Today, nationally syndicated noon to 3 show. You should ask for it to be on your local station. And I'm the host of Eat, Drink, Smoke. It is the largest cigar and bourbon radio review program in America. And it's good to have you guys here. And I've got a studio filled with people smoking cigars and drinking bourbon and relaxing. I've got my bourbon right here. To your health, everybody. Drink, enjoy. Oh, stings the nostrils. And we'll get to the cigar in a second. I was being asked, Andrew was asking, because we were just discussing this, that the networks have they're all in different places when it comes to reporting what's going on with the Electoral College vote, how things are happening in this race. Let me give you the example right here. You've got Kamala Harris, they're saying, has 30 electoral votes on CNN. And then on Fox, they're saying she's got 113. And then on Decision Desk, it's 95. And look, Decision Desk says Trump 194. And Fox says Trump 195. And here's CNN saying Trump 154. So it's pretty interesting what's going on there. This is Ed Morrissey. He is the Capo di Tutti Capo over at hotair.com, and it's good to have you here. Election results. You wrote the book Going Red, that Ed Morrissey, which really breaks down on a granular level what happens in counties and how that affects the states. You've been paying attention, watching what's happening, taking a look at these election results. What's moving you?
Well, what's moving me is sort of the pairing up of the exit poll data that we're seeing, along with some of the results that we're seeing. And look, I mean, I think that the big thing that I'm seeing right now is that Kamala Harris is underperforming the polls.
Right. So are we talking about specific states? Or are we talking about nationwide?
I think we're talking nationwide. I think that the polls overestimated her support, which when you get into states like Michigan and you get into states like Pennsylvania, it's going to play, and Wisconsin too. If that is a trend, if she is running, I don't know, a couple points behind her polling, when you get into those states, that could be the difference. And I was looking at the exit polls coming out of Pennsylvania. Apparently, Trump has gained among Latino voters from 4 years ago. I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry.
So I mean, those are the types of things that I would be looking at. Of course, it's better to have the vote results, and we're going to wait a while for those. But I mean, I like where it's going right now. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean he's going to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, but it means he's in better position than he was 4 years ago.
So I want to take you to a place, and I'm sorry you're having a little bit of.
I think I just lost you there.
No, there we go. We've got you back right there. I want to show you something. And this is the story of Virginia. You mentioned polling, and she is underperforming the polls. Virginia, you take a look at the last 4 polls. Washington Post had her up by 6. Rasmussen had her up by 2. Signal had her up by 7. And Atlas Intel had her up by 5. And the Real Clear Politics average had her up by 5. Decision Desk has called Virginia for Kamala Harris with 49.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 49.1% of the vote. She's in the lead by less than 1,000 votes in Virginia, a state that Joe Biden won by double digits.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, there's only 57% in. Things can certainly spread. But this is the talk of the election as far as I'm concerned. This is the story.
Well, again, I mean, if she wins, she wins. And I don't know why Decision Desk made that call. They actually made it a little while ago. I was a little surprised by it. At the time, Donald Trump was actually leading in the popular vote there. But obviously, they're looking at granular data, precinct level data. They're seeing precincts that haven't come in yet. They're expecting more data probably out of Northern Virginia, that sort of thing. So I'm going to leave that to the analysts. If they look at this and decide that they were too early, they'll probably take it back off the board, and we'll see that at some point too. But Donald Trump's path to the White House wasn't through Virginia. Virginia would have been an interesting win, though, because it would have really indicated that there's a bigger groundswell of support for him than the polling had indicated, which is what we kind of suspected all along.
Talking to Ed Morrissey of hotair.com. You should absolutely be checking out his work over at Hot Air, his coverage, and of course, how he is breaking things down. Let me show you something else here. This is the governor's races that have taken place across the country. Kelly Ayotte, leading in New Hampshire. Decision Desk hasn't called it for her, but she's in the lead there. The Republican keeping Vermont. Is Ayotte winning this election? Is this a good harbinger for Trump in the state, or is this a good harbinger for Republicans across the country?
I think that's more of a state issue. I think that's a New Hampshire issue. New Hampshire is its own sort of
weird. The word you're looking for is weird. It's okay. Live free or die, baby. We love you. But weird. It's a world all its own.
It really is a world all its own. It's a fascinating study. It is so granular, so local in nature that it's hard to extrapolate anything out of New Hampshire in terms of a national trend. So I think Ayotte's winning because, or is in the lead at least, because I think Ayotte is a good candidate who knows how to campaign in New Hampshire, and I'm glad to see her, leading in that race. I think she'll be good for New Hampshire.
By the way, Decision Desk, I believe I have this right, is calling Texas for Ted Cruz, beating Colin Allred in the state. This was way too close of a race. Look, I like Ted Cruz, but he's a hard guy to like. And I think that's more of the story here. You are a Tejas guy, a transplant from Minnesota. Is it about likability, or is there something else on the table?
No, I think it's about likability. I mean, 3 years ago, the guy bugged out of Texas during a major weather-related catastrophe and tried to get out to Cancun. And he's still going to win this race by 5 points. I mean, yes, he's got likability issues here in Texas, but this is not a Colin Allred state. And they're still trying to find a Democrat that can run against this guy. And, they failed again. I expected this to be about a 5-point race, and I think it's coming in at just about that.
Ed Morrissey, he is from hotair.com. I appreciate you taking the time to be with us. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with you a bit later. I'll let you get back to work as you're covering all your stuff. Ed Morrissey, can't thank you enough. The numbers are what the numbers are. And I am absolutely paying attention to that Virginia race, just like everybody else, and just like all the other things that we've been covering and we've been a part of. The Taco Bell has arrived. Now, if you don't know this about me, I am particular, to say the least. And it has been, what's today? What is today? Today's the 5th. So it's been 30 years since I've had Taco Bell. And the group here assembled, who I don't know, they're homeless at this stage of the game. They live here now, here in the studio. They have said that I must now partake of the Taco Bell. There are 2 giant bags of Taco Bell, and it costs $7. Well, no, it's today's America. It costs $70. Nothing is cheap anymore. So we're going to see whether Taco Bell pairs with a cigar. I am smoking the collaboration between Padron and Fuente. This just came out. This has been talked about for years. This is the cigar that Padron, that Fuente made to honor Jose Padron. So that's what I'm smoking right here. What did you guys bring me? What do I? Don't be eating first. What is this? What did you bring me? Is that what this is? It's a crunch wrap. It's a today's election coverage not brought to you by Taco Bell. All right. So wait. So what? This does not look crunchy. It's huge. It's a crunch wrap. It's not kosher. Yeah. You look just like my rabbi. All right. I'm doing it. I hope you guys don't mind. I don't mind. I'm ripping it. Oh, I ripped it apart. Look at that. Look it right here. This is the first Taco Bell I've had. I'm not kidding. That. All right. That's why I don't eat Taco Bell. Oh, that's why. Oh, gosh. Who wants a crunch wrap? Huh? Who in the room? All right. I'm going in. That's right. Fingers Malloy, a $150 cigar. I'll take that too. That's a regular taco. $150 cigar and a Taco Bell chaser. To your health, everybody. I'm not gonna lie. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm not. Honestly, it's a good life. That's not bad. That's not bad. Oh, it's fine. That is totally fine. Yes. Years ago on my morning show, I used to play. We had played a game called Should Tony Eat This, where somebody fed me very, very bad things, outrageously bad and interesting foods, and that was it. Oh, this is good. Hold on, I'm taking one more. Oh, it's a little spicier than I thought. Hold on. Get a little bit of everything over here. Let's take a look at some of these numbers. So this is the map. Trying not to eat and talk at the same time. I love you too much. The red, of course, Republican. The blue, Democrats. This is the way we saw it right now. And look at Wisconsin. Right now, Rick Santorum is on Newsmax talking about what's going on. This map is right now playing as I discussed it, where Pennsylvania and Michigan are trending towards Harris. Wisconsin right now with 10% in, trending solidly towards Donald Trump. Trump only needs one of these three states referred to as the blue wall. You've got Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Now, it's not that he can't win these two. He can win Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. I believe that. But the reason in my map, which I believe I have right here, this was my map. And my map shows Wisconsin not getting Pennsylvania and Michigan. And the reason I did this was, I wanted a worst-case scenario situation. I wanted a worst-case scenario map. I wanted to show what would happen if he got the least amount of electoral votes of those three. Wisconsin is 10, Michigan is 15, Pennsylvania is 19 electoral votes. Pennsylvania and Michigan are more alike. They have more in common. And I think that the voter bases are closer aligned than the voter bases in Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania, more aligned. So I said, the odds are if he wins one, it'll be the place that isn't aligned. The idea of splitting the baby between Pennsylvania and Michigan, I find that to be a bit awkward. I would find that to be a bit odd. So that's where I decided to go. Look at the map. The map is playing in this direction. 13% of the vote in Michigan, 26% of the vote in Pennsylvania. The conversation about Pennsylvania, and Dave, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Philadelphia and Bucks County. Philadelphia is the story here. Philadelphia is a Democrat stronghold, and you could have, for example, 100 people voting and have 174 votes come in. That is Philadelphia. The commentary has been that the voters in Philadelphia, predominantly black voters, are not showing up. There is no enthusiasm. There's no interest. They are not showing up for this election. They are not interested in Kamala Harris and what it is that she's selling. If that's the case, Pennsylvania is a lost cause for Kamala Harris because Trump's support would come from Western Pennsylvania. The same kind of person who votes for John Fetterman votes for Donald Trump. belief in steel and a belief in manufacturing, and certainly with Trump, that fracking conversation is massively important because it's a money conversation. So watching Pennsylvania and seeing that spread right now, the question is, what has the vote been like in Philadelphia? What has been the vote been like in Bucks County? That's where you need to be looking. That's what you need to be checking out right there. So we're going to get to much more of this. We have some more guests coming on. Let's take the quick break. Let us use a bathroom if we need to. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube at Tony Katz, Twitter X at Tony Katz, Facebook Tony Katz Radio, Instagram Tony Katz. My gosh, where am I not? And of course, TonyKatz.com. Be a supporter at TonyKatz.com. I'd greatly appreciate it. More great videos like this, more stuff coming your way. We'll be right back. Let's bring it back. We don't have time to waste. Guys, welcome, Tony Katz. Great to be with you. And this right here is the most relaxed election day results show in America. I'm Tony Katz. It's good to be with you. Morning host of 93.1 FM WIBC in Indianapolis. Also host of Tony Katz Today, heard around the country from noon to 3. And the host of Eat, Drink, Smoke, the cigar and bourbon radio review program, largest in the country, heard on over 80 stations across America, and also the author of Let's Go Bourbon and Let's Go BBQ, recipes, tips, and tales from the pit. Get those at Amazon.com. Sarah, I'm going to bring you back in here. Right here comes Sarah, who runs all our digital work, and everybody's asking about, you there, Sarah?
I'm here. Sorry, I had to mute the TV.
That's okay.
Hi.
We're taking a look at the count here regarding the Electoral College, because everybody's counting this differently.
Mm-hmm.
This is CNN right now, where Trump is at 154 and Kamala Harris is at 81. Here's Fox, where Trump is at 195 and Harris is at 117.
Right.
Then you have Decision Desk, which has Harris at 105 and Trump at 210-60 electoral votes away from the presidency. And the question is, why in the world is there these crazy and wild gesticulations going on? What is the point here? And the only thing that we can come to as a way of trying to explain what's going on is abject fear. Absolute fear of getting it wrong. 2020 is fresh. For Fox News, it is clearly fresh. For CNN, they're not only remembering what happened with Fox News, they're paying very close attention to where their viewership is. And everybody is just trying to be calm, cool, collected, and brace people for what could happen. Now, this, Sarah, you've been monitoring what's been going on with the networks, and what you said to me in a little private chat, that CNN and MSNBC, your words, very low energy.
Yeah, John King is like really sad face right now. Also, to your other point, I do want to say, they also remember 2016, where Hillary Clinton had a 97% chance of winning, and everybody went in going, everybody at the networks are being careful on all ends, on all sides, for all reasons. But yes, there is a very low energy in the studios. Both on, I'm flipping between MSNBC and CNN. John King is breaking everybody down. He's basically telling the audience that it's not over yet. There's still votes to count, is their big message. You guys don't give up hope yet. Just hope.
Yeah. Well, as if on cue, you've got MSNBC that wants to say, the problem here, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, is the Electoral College. You see, the Electoral College is keeping us from getting the president that should be elected because of this allegedly arcane system. That arcane system makes sure that small states aren't engaged in the tyrannical rule of large states. Why would anybody want to be governed by California? Check this out.
Are making all their kids vote. I made not only my kids, but my bonus son also. I was relentless. I have a bonus. You have to have an extra because I have 3.
It's like multi-ball and pinball.
So I don't like to be outnumbered with odd numbers. And so we have 3. So we add a 4th so they can team up, and it kind of dissipates their power.
Wow.
Yeah, gives us more influence. Always have an extra. We take them on vacation.
Does anybody take parenting advice from Joy Reid?
I mean, what kind of...
Hey, hope the kids are happy. Hope she's happy. I'm just saying.
Right. Again, it's all the emotional manipulation thing. Why?
Just be a parent and deal with it. Then again, I don't have 4 kids, and maybe there's something to it. But that's not the story. This is
insight into your parenting strategy, Joy.
Even numbers. Keep me in charge.
Lawrence.
I would like to issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not our fault. It's the founding fathers. They decided on this thing called the Electoral College which interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy. And because of that, in presidential terms, in effect, on nights like this, you have a right to think that it feels like no one cares about your vote. If you're in California or if you're in New York. And
what is the desperation amongst the political left to be like everybody else? The fantasy of being just another nation in Europe is so unbelievably strong. We do something no other nation on earth does. Maybe that's the point. Right. Maybe the way they did it was just absolutely terrible. And the way we do it is clearly much better, much more valuable. Can confirm.
Right. We are a country that wants to do things differently than the way they do it. It's what our whole shtick is.
Well, I don't think you call it a shtick, Sarah.
Differently than the way.
Right? It's not like Gallagher. We're going to hit a watermelon with a sledgehammer. I don't think you can say that. Back to Lawrence O'Donnell.
When you think about how enormous a force that can be in voter suppression, there may be nothing quite like it. Imagine if California voters ever got to think that their votes for president matter. There are 7 million people in California who don't vote.
Conservatives in California, their vote doesn't matter. I lived in California for 6 years. Vote didn't matter, right? So what? Who is he referring to? Go ahead.
They only have a problem with the Electoral College when they lose, right? Because they would have won if not for the Electoral College, and it all ties into this overarching conversation, this sort of elitist attitude, where the only opinions that matter are the people who live in city centers or around academia or in these pockets of where smart and involved and open-minded people live. It all ties into the same, and when it doesn't go their way, the Electoral College is
Who is it? Jenny?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Oh, did I just lose you, Sarah?
No, I'm here.
Thought I lost you for a second. Let me bring back this map really quick because right now, Wisconsin showing 51% for Kamala Harris to Trump's 47%. That has 22% of the vote going in right there. Oh, you haven't tried Taco Bell either. Eat this. Come eat this. They made me eat Taco Bell. They made me. So I'm sorry for whatever's going to happen in the overnight. It's not my fault.
I'm so jealous right now because I haven't had Taco Bell in like 15 years.
Yeah. Oh, it's been double that for. Oh, just eat it right there. It doesn't matter.
It's so good.
You know what?
Send my husband out to get me Taco Bell. It looks.
It's right now. It's better than I thought it would be. Ask me in an hour whether or not the Taco Bell is clearly better. So this is Wisconsin, which is showing a 22%. Yeah, I'm giving it an hour. 10 minutes.
That's generous, right?
Great crowd over here. Then you've got Michigan, where the lead is 8, and for Harris, and Pennsylvania, where 33% in, it's starting to slim up, where that lead for Harris is 4. By the way, Iowa starting to come in. The lead is 10 for Kamala Harris, but that's only 13% in. There's a conversation in Iowa, by the way, when you talk about the insanity of that polling, where you take a look, I believe it's Johnson County, you take a look at some of the colleges, which weren't a factor in 2020 because of COVID, that are very possibly a factor now. So you could have a closer race. It's why I don't believe the Emerson poll of Trump plus 10. I'm just not a buyer in that whatsoever. But I also don't believe Harris plus 3. I don't believe that's the case in the slightest. So here's where these things are coming in. Now we're starting to see a little bit. Well, you see, I read that wrong. Check out Virginia, according to Decision Desk. Trump is in the lead right now in Virginia, yet they already called it for Kamala Harris. 63% of the vote is in. Why in the world would they make the call? This was Ed Morrissey's point just a little bit earlier from hotair.com. This is way too early of a call. This is, I'm not saying that Kamala Harris won't win the state. My argument was that Kamala Harris absolutely will win the state. I'm saying this is way too early. Ukraine has come in for Kamala Harris. That's now official. Ukraine going for Kamala Harris right there. Thank you Thank you from the studio decision desk right there. This is where the map is right now, guys. Here's a weird one. Why haven't we called Georgia yet? Decision desk isn't calling Georgia, but it's calling Virginia.
It makes no sense.
I don't trust that decision. Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to do with this information. Let me go over to Fox really quick. Fox also has not called Georgia with 80% reporting, but they have also not called Virginia. They have got Trump with 49.98% of the vote, to Harris's 48.33. That's a point and a half with nearly 60% reported. So I'm sorry, decision desk that is an awkward call.
It's a very awkward call. And Ed even mentioned it. Like, they are getting very granular data. Like,
right.
The decision desk model is different than the networks use. And sometimes that is helpful, and sometimes it's very confusing. And I think this is one of those very confusing.
This is one of those three. Now, we've got some other people.
They can put the numbers in. Why are they making the call is the question.
That is exactly it.
Right.
Leave it be. Trump right now with 210 electoral votes. You need 270 to win. He's 60 away. All eyes on the blue states. Montana has now closed. Montana, you're about to see that Senate race. You don't have to worry about the presidential race there. It is the Senate race there. Tim Sheehy against John Tester. And it is that race. And let me see if I can get to that Senate race there in Montana and show you those numbers right here. That's the Republican Tim Sheehy just running away with it right now as we speak, with that Atlas Intel poll, which has been very, very good. A lot of people really feeling comfortable with the Atlas Intel decision stuff there, and showing a plus 11. Now, I'm here to tell you that normally I'd be like, you're being a little. Look at where these are. Even the New York Times Siena poll had Sheehy by 8. The Hill is still outside the margin of error, and that has him up plus 4. So while it might not be 11, it's certainly acceptable to say that Sheehy is in the lead there. This is now closed. This is going to be the flip of the Senate. I would give anything to have the webcam on Chuck Schumer right now. I'd give anything just to see the sadness in his eyes, the droopy dog conversation, and of course, how the election was stolen. That's got to come too. Here's just some of the things going on social media. Our dear friend John Gabriel with a 65% chance of drinking, and it seems to be heading towards bourbon. John Gabriel, ex-John, doing excellent work right there. MSNBC has not changed any of their headlines. Let's see if I do a refresh on that. Trump wins Texas, and of course, seeing things close. And look at the animated, super happy Rachel Maddow. She seems overjoyed and thrilled.
I haven't seen a smile on either of these networks since that clip you just showed me where they were talking about Joy Reid's amazing parenting skills. Like, not a smile. They're all very droopy.
And by the way, you'll notice here, this is Fox showing Trump at 195 electoral votes. The decision desk showing Trump at 210. Here's CNN showing Trump at 162. They're calling them differently. They're calling them in different ways and in different places. And this is what brings about these kinds of different numbers. But as we discussed, and Sarah, I'll catch up with you a little bit later. Sarah, who runs all digital, Mama Swati on Twitter X, if you would like to follow her, Mama Swati, SWATI, follow her there. Sarah brought up an excellent point that really does require taking a moment to step back and think about. It's not that they just made the wrong call, Fox did in 2020. They got everything wrong in 2016. They got everything wrong in 2016. Let me go back to something here. This is going back to Real Clear Politics and where they had the final numbers, right? Where they had the final numbers in the polling which I'm having a little trouble finding. Oh, right now, here it is. Okay, here it is. These are the national numbers, right? And it shows Harris up 0.1 in the national polling. Harris up 0.1 when he was ahead 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. This is very understandable, and you can rationalize it and be like, okay, I get this. Check out this. In 2020, Joe Biden was ahead 7.2 and won by 4.5. Clinton was up 3.2 and only won that popular. She did win the popular 2.1. This is the haunt. If we are to break this down into those blue wall states, Hillary Clinton was up 3.6 in 2016 and lost it by 0.3. They are shook from this, to quote them and their vernacular. Here's Wisconsin. Hillary Clinton was up 6.5 and lost by 0.7. The miss was astronomical. It was huge. So Sarah's point is great, is incredibly important to keep in mind, that so much of what it is that we're seeing, about the results and why they're showing up in such an odd way could have a lot to do with having been burned twice. They got burned in 2016. They watched what happened to Fox in 2020. And they said, we don't want any more part of this. The last thing we want is to be involved in getting up hopes, letting people down. Because remember, tomorrow, they're going to have to explain this to an audience. And it's as a matter of maybe practicality, maybe a different way to look at it. How about when Joe Biden did the debate with Donald Trump and America got to see this guy's not okay? You and I were not surprised because we were honestly discussing what's wrong with him. He's not capable. He's not competent. He's not cogent. We weren't making excuses for the man. We weren't saying, oh, it's just Uncle Joe. Oh, everybody has a gaffe. We weren't claiming it was a cheap fake, as Corinne Jean-Pierre did repeatedly when you saw the videos of him wandering off. It was in Normandy for the D-Day commemorations. We knew that he wasn't all right. We, whether it be in talk radio or in the places we go to consume media and get information, we were discussing this honestly. CNN and MSNBC weren't, and they were now forced to look at their audience and say, yeah, we knew, but we just didn't want to tell you. We knew, but we just didn't want to share it with you. We were fully aware, but if we told you, it might give you the sads, and we can't. We don't want to give you the sads. So what happens if it, in a second, in a matter of months, they led their audience down a path, and that path isn't real? When you listen to me on radio, and I appreciate you doing just that, when you listen to me, it is very, very clear that I'm saying that this race is tight, even though I don't want it to be. I am engaging it as honestly as humanly possible, so you're not shocked. And very often, like, things happen that we're discussing, not because we're smarter, but because we're more honest about the subject at hand. And they have not been. And the Joe Biden conversation I'm talking about discusses this, and maybe that's what they're doing here, trying to get their audience into what is really taking place. Kira Davis is a podcaster and author. She is the host of the Just Listen to Yourself podcast, and she is the author of the book Drawing Lines, How Conservatives Need to Fight in the Realm of Ideas. And she is Black Dark MAGA. Are you wearing a Trump shirt?
MAGA. Yes.
You
I
are-
gotta wear it now. I paid money for this, so I need to make sure that I get all of my money's worth. So I wore my Trump hat around today. I'm wearing this today. Hopefully, I'll have a lot more reasons to wear this stuff again.
This conversation about CNN and how different networks are calling the electoral votes right now in different ways. You follow these things. You follow what happens on CNN and MSNBC.
Mhm.
If Kamala Harris should lose this, is there a real concern that the audience will revolt, feeling that they've been lied to again, like they were never really informed about Joe Biden's condition?
That's probably further on down the road when they do all the post analysis. I mean, if Trump should pull it out tonight, obviously we're going to have a few weeks of consternation and, people are the Van Jones. This is a white lash. It's going to be like that. But I think down the road, sure, people will ask that question. But I will say this: I've been watching the coverage on CNN tonight, and they are not really enthusiastic, and they are not pretending that they should be enthusiastic. So they seem to be reporting things in real time, and they seem to be very measured. Now, it's the same way over on Fox, but the atmosphere is a lot lighter over there. And when they're having commentary or communications with the Trump team, those interactions seem to be getting a little more positivity than when the CNN crew is going to the Harris team. The Harris team's actually disappeared right now. So no one on the network news that I have been watching has been able to reach her so far. Maybe as I'm talking, they will. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do, but
Let's get into one of the things when you talk about lack of enthusiasm. We've certainly had this conversation regarding the black vote. Certainly, black men not interested in Kamala Harris. This was, I think it was Fox discussing where black voters are in Georgia and some other places. Listen to this.
First up, timing of your vote. We know so many went out for early voting. Let's see how those votes are breaking down in Georgia. Those who cast their vote early, look at this. They did not prefer a candidate if they early voted. It is split 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump. All right, let's look at some of these other key data points. We know race was huge. The black vote was huge for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 2020. So let's look at how they are turning out in this election. All right, this is the first time we can break this down among black voters and their support for Kamala Harris. While strong, she is below where Biden was in 2020, 4 years ago. This number for Biden was more like 91. So she's running about 8 points behind where Biden was with the black vote in Georgia in 2020. All right, I have another data point where I'm going to combine this with gender, okay? So now you look at the black male voter in Georgia. We know both candidates have spent a lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20% in that state. With black men, Harris is at 73%, Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that. Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%. Okay. So right now she's running about 13 points with black men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020. All right. Another data point there, Brett, because I know you asked. Black women as well in Georgia. We have been watching this. Here it is. Strong showing, 89%. But let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden with black women in Georgia 4 years ago was at 95% of their support. She is also running behind with them by about 6 points.
Let's go over that for a second, because 14 points behind, they said 13, it's really 14 points behind with black men, 6 points behind with black women. Now, certainly there's a conversation that's Georgia. Does that extrapolate across the country? Does that jive with reporting you've seen, conversations anecdotally that you've had, what you've been seeing, that Harris has got less support? I don't like to break things up by color, sex, etc., but we do this. Is she getting less support? Is that, do you think, an accurate representation of where the nation is?
Yes, and I think to lend a bit of credibility, you can decide how seriously you want to take this, but to lend a bit of credibility to what you've just said, I literally, before I sat down to do this media hit, I was watching CNN, and they basically were going over those same numbers, and they basically said what you said, which is, to the layman's eyes, perhaps this looks very decisive. But if you do a comparison, this is actually quite concerning. And if Trump's numbers are even a little bit higher than we presume, that it's going to be a problem for her. So I think this is a big deal. I've also been hearing reports all day of the black vote being suppressed in really key areas, not suppressed intentionally, but a self-suppression, right? I think there's a huge portion of the black vote that's just people are simply going to abstain. They're going to vote, but they're not going to vote for the top of the ticket because they're disappointed. I've even seen some black voters being interviewed today who said, at the last second I went third party. So I do think that this is being reflected nationwide, and really at the end of this night, Tony, whatever happens at the end of this night or the end of this week, please God, let it be at the end of this night. Whatever happens at the end of this night.
You're such a dreamer.
People like you and I are going to have a lot of fun breaking down these numbers, analyzing these votes,
right?
Analyzing the matriculation of residents and all of that. It's a fascinating time to be in this business. It's a fascinating time to be alive.
That is Kira Davis, the Just Listen to Yourself podcast. Get that wherever it is you get your podcasts. In the book, Drawing Lines, How Conservatives Need to Battle Fiercely in the Arena of Ideas. Kira, did you get it on sale?
No, that's why I'm so desperate to use it. I got to get my money's worth.
We will catch up with you in a little bit, Kira Davis. Appreciate you. A lot of movement in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin. We will get to all of that. Guys, make sure you subscribe on YouTube, Tony Katz, on Twitter X, Tony Katz, Instagram, Tony Katz, Facebook, Tony Katz Radio, and be a supporter at TonyKatz.com. We've got more we're getting to. I got to get myself some more bourbon. Guys, take a break. We'll be right back. Let me tell you something, guys. I do this for a living. Tony Katz, it's great to be with you. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to everybody in the studio. I'm talking about everybody here. There is a tweet from Eric Doherty. Eric Doherty is with Florida's Voice and has been doing an excellent job of covering the numbers. And he's reporting this from my Twitter feed right here. The New York Times estimates Donald Trump will win the popular vote. I'm here to tell you, this now comports with a story that is being broken on Newsmax as we speak. And the story on Newsmax is that New York police have been told to hold their positions. No one can go off shift. They're bringing other people in, and they are preparing for civil disobedience. You know that fences went up around the White House and around the Naval Observatory. That is the home of the vice president. If Trump wins the popular vote, kids, I'm trying to figure out the best way to say this. And there's only one possible way to say this. If Trump wins the popular vote, Barack Obama no longer gets to run the Democratic Party. Yes. That is the story under the story that is going to have the Democratic Party in the levels of outrage and Democrats furious in a way that cannot be properly comprehended. It is clear and obvious to all of us in a very, very rational way that Barack Obama has been running this party since he got into office in 2008. He ran Biden's office for those 4 years, and he would do the same for Kamala Harris because he's the guy who orchestrated the coup. Now, if you don't want to call it a coup, that's not my issue. It is what it is, what it is. It is indeed a coup. It can't possibly be seen in any other way. Moving Joe Biden out was what it was. Now, and that's all because of Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, by the way, according to sources, still has not spoken with Joe Biden. They have not had a conversation, not a one, which is pretty amazing and pretty incredible. If they lose the popular vote and they lose this election, what is Barack Obama's hold on the Democratic Party now? How do they not react in a way that simply says, gotta go, you gotta leave, you gotta bounce. We can't have any part of you at all. At all. Now, I want to see if I can bring this into you as Ted Cruz is making an acceptance speech right now. Ted Cruz taking the race for Senate in Texas. I want to see if I can bring this to you. I don't know if I can or I can't. No, I can't. Yeah, I tried. Sadly, my technology seems to be a little bit limited in that area. The very concept that Trump could win the popular vote, I don't even know what to say, except that is incredible. There will be people who will tell you that this shows absolutely, positively that Trump is super popular. Trump is super loved. I think this is much more about Harris, and I would warn against going the other way. I would absolutely warn against that. By the way, Decision Desk has Trump up 5 million votes in the popular vote. Never get it twisted with me. I said it earlier. I want Trump to win the popular vote. I want Trump to win the Electoral College. I want there to be no doubt in America. Absolutely, positively none. Decision Desk, by the way, has Donald Trump at 226 electoral votes. That's where it is right there. It's a little easier to see here on the Newsmax map. Look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, now a 1.5 higher for Donald Trump. He's over 50%. 50% of the votes are in. Michigan, still just 19% of the vote, and Harris at 50.5%. Wisconsin, where Harris is at 51.3, Trump is at 47.3, 36% of that vote in. He only needs one. He only needs one. Arizona, that is very, very tight with 37% in, 50 to 49.2, a spread of 10,000 votes going on, actually just under 10,000 votes right there. So this is where we are. This is what we've got going on. These numbers, fascinating. Montana, of course, is something that we're keeping an eye on. Let me see if I can get to that Senate race in Montana. And so far, nothing counted, and nothing in, nothing happening yet in that race right there. Wisconsin, the way I have Wisconsin is not done counting at all. 44%, as I said, according to Decision Desk. If I take a look at, go back here to the presidential race on the Fox site, still 45.73, and Fox has it ahead ever so slightly for Donald Trump. Fox has Harris ahead in Michigan. Fox has Trump ahead in Pennsylvania. I would consider a split between Pennsylvania and Michigan to be very, very peculiar. Very much so indeed. That would be a very odd kind of thing to see. That that you would see those two states split up and go in different directions. Everything, of course, is possible. That's just one that certainly on my map I don't have, and the reasons are that these Pennsylvania and Michigan would seem to have much more in common and would seem to vote in the same way. Pennsylvania certainly has a fracking conversation. Pennsylvania certainly could see more of a vote in Philadelphia being suppressed, being a little bit quieter in that regard. Looking at the Twitter box right there, this again, Eric Doherty right here with these numbers. The New York Times saying Wisconsin has Trump up 1.1, Nevada Trump up 1.8, Michigan Trump up 1.9, Pennsylvania Trump up 1.9. Georgia, which should be called as far as I'm concerned, Trump up 2.6, North Carolina, Trump up 3.2, Arizona, Trump up 3.9, and winning, the odds are 79%. Kids, I'm not going to pretend that this is the way it's going to go down. I'm not saying that this is the way it's all going to work. I certainly did not have blowout on the list. I'm not angry about it. I'm overjoyed if that's the case. But I've been down these kinds of roads, and so have you. Let us take a breath. Let us take a beat. I mean, there's a reason we call it the most relaxed election coverage in America. My cigar here, I got to relight this. This is a collaboration between Padron and Fuente, and I'm enjoying the daylights out of it. I think I got to try a new bourbon. The Four Gate is wonderful, though. I'm not drinking enough. I apologize. Feels good. Feels very good. Let me bring Sarah back in, who runs all our digital. She's in Maryland, where Larry Hogan has lost that Senate race to her last name being also Brooks, the Democrat. And I would only argue, Sarah, that this has nothing to do with his disdain of Trump. Rather, this has to do with the makeup of Maryland. True or false?
Oh, 100%. Maryland, one of the things that people don't understand about Maryland is that the state is, I think it's somewhere upwards of 80% made up of people that work for the federal government to some capacity, even if it's just on a contracting level. So when it comes to the voting base in Maryland, you really have a lot of people who vote strictly for they're voting in their own self-interest, especially when you have a candidate like Donald Trump, right? So a Larry Hogan can win in Maryland if he runs his campaign right, because, as long as he's not going to slash everything, he's got a chance. But somebody like Donald Trump comes in who's like, I'm going to cut half the federal government and we're going to have Elon Musk come in and fire a bunch of people. They're not going to vote Republican no matter who it is. They're not even going to. It has tainted the entire ticket.
So the opportunity there to take that seat, could it be argued that it was lost on Hogan winning that primary, or is the better argument it was lost, Tony, no matter what? This is Maryland.
It was lost no matter what. It's Maryland.
Sarah, I'll catch up with you in a little bit. Noah Rothman is with National Review. He is also the author of The Rise of the New Puritans, fighting back against the progressives' war on fun. I think I've got the title almost right there, Noah, as we're live streaming. It's good to see you. I know you've been covering things over at National Review, and I know that you guys in your podcast with the editors, you had Harris squeaking this out, and you stated quite clearly, what do I know? I could be totally wrong, because you could be totally wrong in an election. I'm pretty sure that's what you said. Don't let me put words in your mouth. What is it that you're seeing so far in the results that we know from this election?
No, that's an accurate restatement of my position. I had precisely zero confidence in my projection, which was that basically Harris would shed Arizona, Georgia, and would fail to pick up North Carolina. I anticipated that she would, by a squeaking margin, just eke out the blue wall states and retain Nevada. And while right now I'm not confident at all in that projection, certainly not confident, not the same amount of confidence that I had when I made it. And Harris hasn't been knocked out of the blue wall states just yet. But I would be surprised, I think, frankly, if she managed to hold on to any of the territory that she's had in the Sun Belt. And it's looking really, really tight in places like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. She's got to be feeling pretty good so far about Michigan. But what we've seen so far pretty much across the board, and again, it's probably premature to render these projections, but Donald Trump is improving on his performance in 2020, almost across the board, more pronounced in rural areas, certainly, than it is in rural and in urban areas. But Kamala Harris's overperformance is limited almost entirely to urban centers and the very tight ring of suburbs around them. And even then, it's just a moderate overperformance. Her improvement over Joe Biden in these places among degree holders, affluent suburbanites, is just not matching Donald Trump's overperformance with rural voters.
Now, the overperformance, do we believe this is predicated on Trump, on the economy, or is this based on the fact that Harris is a worse candidate than Joe Biden, and people who would normally vote for the Democrats decided to just stay home?
It might be all of the above. I would probably put a little bit more weight on environmental factors. The GOP just had so many tailwinds this cycle. You mentioned the economy. Inflation is just a universal hardship that drives everybody crazy, and price and instability is still everybody's the foremost concern that most voters cite as their primary concern. People don't like Joe Biden. They have soured on this administration. They think the government is doing too much, not too little, according to Gallup. There's just so many factors that are pushing voters into the Republican column, and which is why you're going to see, if Donald Trump emerges victorious tonight, if the exit polling that we've seen so far is anything close to accurate, Donald Trump will win re-election with a Republican coalition that is by far the most ethnically diverse of any winning Republican coalition in this century. It's just I don't know how much stock to put in Donald Trump's performance as a candidate. I personally don't think he's an especially good candidate on the trail. He has a tendency to step on his own message all too frequently. But even that had no effect. Had no effect on the amount of voters who were driven, perhaps not to him, but certainly away from Democrats.
Talking to Noah Rothman of National Review. Let me show you a number, Noah. This is my Twitter feed right here. And on the left is a post that talks about a Fox News exit poll, and all exit polls should be taken with grains of salt. Noah, every single one of them. This says that Donald Trump received 43% of the Jewish vote in New York. That's what this is about right here. The highest share of a Republican presidential candidate in decades. I have made the argument, Noah, that I do not believe that I am going to see my people, being Jewish myself, realize what it is the Democratic Party has done in my view, harboring anti-Semites, and certainly not smacking down the message that is clearly pro-Hamas on college campuses, amongst administrators, and within the Democratic Party itself and its elected officials. And I did not believe that there would be a discernible difference in Jewish vote. Am I wrong?
Well, as you say, caution is warranted because unweighted exit polls are unreliable. And I've seen numbers about the Jewish vote broadly across the country, and they don't necessarily reflect what we've seen in New York. We've seen disproportionate movement in 2022 too, disproportionate movement towards Republicans among Jewish voters in New York. And we've seen that before this cycle. I think it's probably attributable to a unique dynamic in the New York Jewish community. There are a lot of ultra-Orthodox Jews in New York that are not necessarily present in places like Pennsylvania or Southern California, where there are also large Jewish populations. So there's just a distinct aspect to this particular demographic that has increasingly drawn them towards Republicans. But that being said, the Jewish vote has shifted towards Donald Trump marginally across the board, from what I've seen in exit polls that are caveats abound. Nevertheless, it is more than likely that your explanation is the Occam's razor explanation, that Democrats had appealed so obsequiously to a very loud, obnoxious, protesting demographic on college campuses and in city streets, who were menacing and harassing American Jews, and by appealing to them, they alienated this demographic, which is a far larger host, we should say, than the people who were representative of the interests of Israel's detractors, and even to a certain extent on college campuses, the people who were waving around Hamas flags and Hezbollah flags, protesting in the interest of Iran. That was not a constituency to which you should have bent over backwards in order to differentiate yourself with. It cost them more votes than it earned them. A lot of us were saying that at the time. It seems like that hand has been made.
Let me show you this as well. This is the New York Times showing the odds of Trump victory is 79%, showing a possibility of 295 electoral votes for Donald Trump. My original map was 296. I pared it down to saying, if the bare minimum, 272. But it's the idea of the popular vote where right now he's ahead by 5 million. Certainly that's not a fair number because we haven't counted California yet. If Trump gets the Electoral College, Noah, and he gets the popular, whether we think it's a mandate or not is inconsequential. Trump's going to take it as a mandate. If you're advising the Republican Party, how fast do they run? Because they only really have 2 years to get it done. The Senate changes in 2 years, no doubt. And what are you advising are the things that he needs to move on immediately to take advantage of momentum?
I just don't know if there's a way to advise the Republican Party, because I don't think the Republican Party has a unified, coherent leadership structure. Maybe that changes under Donald Trump, but Donald Trump has not exhibited the tendencies that are necessary in order to herd this cabal of cats in a single direction. I don't know what the governing program is for the Republican Party. And part of the problem that we experience in this country is that we have majorities that come in at the beginning of a president's term. They have very slim majorities. They think they only have, as you say, exactly 2 years to get every single thing they want done, come hell or high water, and they ram it through on a party line vote. It alienates most voters, and we have a snapback, and we're in this horrible cycle of really partisan governance. What the GOP has to do in the first term, if they emerge with a trifecta, and if Donald Trump wins the presidency, most likely they'll have a House majority too, so Republicans could have a trifecta. What they need to do right now, minute one, until the end of the year, is talk about tax code reform. The tax code expires next year, and no one has said a single word about what the tax code is supposed to look like. Republicans built this tax code in 2017. They have a chance to build on it again. And there are going to be countervailing pressures within this party between the pro-growth, low taxes, pro-family, pro-business side of this party, and a much more populist side of this party, which does look upon the power of government as a positive force, its influence over the economy, picking winners and losers as a positive influence, protecting industries that are not necessarily competitive in an overseas open market. Those two tensions are going to come spilling out into the open very quickly in the next Congress and under Donald Trump's second term. And they better get on the same page quickly and have a unified theory, not just message, theory
Right.
of what they want to do with the tax code, because everything else is about to be overshadowed by it. Trump might want to do the wall. He might want to do tariffs. I don't know what he wants to do. The tax code is going to become issue number one next year.
Noah Rothman is his name, nationalreview.com. Noah C. Rothman on Twitter X. That's where you should follow him. We might catch up with you later if you're awake. I can't go to sleep. There's
I'm
like
not going anywhere.
There's like 20 people in my studio, and I'm pretty sure half of them are homeless. So they live here now, Noah. I'll catch up with you later, Noah Rothman.
Feed them and water them. Nothing after midnight, though.
They fed me Taco Bell. Things are going to go very badly for me any second now.
Good luck.
Any second, indeed. Noah Rothman from National Review. Georgia has been called for Trump by decision desk. When we take a look at where we're at right here, we take a look at these numbers. Donald Trump at 242 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 108. And take a look at that red right there. Take a look at that. With Trump ahead in Wisconsin and Trump ahead in Pennsylvania. Right now behind in Arizona, but look at that spread, 0.4. That is a spread of 8,000 votes. That's all we've got right now. We're going to take the quickest of breaks. I'm going to leave the map up for you, if you don't mind. And be sure to subscribe at YouTube, Tony Katz, and follow on Twitter at Tony Katz, Facebook, Tony Katz Radio, and find it all at TonyKatz.com. And please be supportive of what we're doing over there. Guys, keep it here. We'll be right back. Guys, good to be with you. Good to have you back. Tony Katz, an absolute pleasure. Morning host of 93.1 FM WIBC in Indianapolis, host of Tony Katz Today. Nationally syndicated, heard noon to 3 Eastern. You should ask for it at your local radio station and say, hey, we want more TK. And then the host of Eat, Drink, Smoke, Cigar and Bourbon radio review program, largest of its kind on radio, heard on over 80 stations across the country. And again, still having that little hair problem right there. Sorry about that. Good to be with you as we're watching these results come in, and it is just stunning, absolutely stunning what we're seeing in these numbers. This is the Decision Desk map right here, and in this map, what is red, full red, is states for Trump. Blue, states for Kamala Harris. And the stripes, that's where they're still counting. Maine right now is trending towards Trump, and only 6% of the vote is in. In Pennsylvania, 60% of the vote, showing Trump ahead 50.9 to 48.2. Michigan, showing Harris ahead 51.4 to 46.8. 24% of the vote. Long way to go there. And Wisconsin, 54% of the vote, 49.8 versus 48.7. Arizona, showing a 0.2% lead for Kamala Harris. This with 53% of the vote in play. Now, you'll notice if you follow certain areas, they have different counts on the Electoral College. So Decision Desk has it at 242 for Trump. You'll see Fox has it as 211 because they haven't finished yet accepting the fact that Georgia and North Carolina are going in Trump's direction. Now, you'll note North Carolina, there it is, 50.72 for Trump, 48.17 for Harris, 83% reporting. Georgia, 87% reporting. 51.25 to 48.06. Virginia's been an incredible story because Trump has been up, Trump has been down, and this has moved. Right now, it's showing Harris with 49.16 versus Trump's 48.74. This matters regardless. Why? Because Joe Biden won this state by double digits. Double digits is what he won it by. And seeing this, I got to tell you, I got a studio full of people here. They're very happy. Very, very happy. I will state clearly that this has much more to do with total disdain for Kamala Harris, more than it has to do with support for Trump. Trump is ahead in the popular vote by over 5 million votes. I mean, don't get me twisted. I showed a map that showed the very minimum that Trump would need for victory. This is right now going exceedingly well for Donald John Trump. It's not over till it's over. People thought things were going exceedingly well for Donald Trump in 2020. Bad things happened. And you could argue shenanigans. I'm not saying no. I'm saying that it is not over until it is. And if there is a fight to fight, we're going to find out about it soon enough. MSNBC, key battleground races too close to call because they don't want to tell the other story. And over at CNN, look at how they have this one counted in the Electoral College. 207 for Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris. I'm going to bring in Sarah, who runs all things digital for us right there, and she will unmute that microphone and bless her soul. Sarah, this is trending beautifully. I only state quite clearly that nothing is over until it is over. But if you are Team Trump, this is going very, very, very well.
It really is. It really is. There's a lot. So I've kind of been scrolling through Decision Desk looking. There's a couple things that really interesting me. Arizona and New Mexico keep flipping back and forth. Obviously,
Which is super weird. I agree with you. That's very odd.
Which is super weird. But I'm looking at these counties, like it is appalling to me that a border county goes to Kamala Harris. Like, you're seeing a lot of these southern Arizona, and I know everyone has, Tucson is in
Pima, P-I-M-A, Pima County.
I mean, as of right, they're 50% reporting, and she's up by 70 some odd thousand votes. I can't explain that. If you're in a border town and you're voting for Kamala Harris, my only assumption is that you like, slave labor.
We'll be right back.
What? What do you? I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Is what I'm gonna do. Right there.
Someone has to bring in the people that will work for less than what these people want to pay. So what are you gonna do? I'm just being honest. I did put a clip in for you. They just did a breakdown of the Latino vote in the blue wall states on CNN. That was pretty interesting.
Let me get to that right here because we do have all of the audio clips. Oh, the Latino blue wall, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we're talking about?
That is what we're talking about.
So this was CNN?
This was CNN probably just about 15 minutes ago.
Let us hear what they had to say about everybody upset with the Puerto Rico joke. Latino.
Tony Hinchcliffe is going to lose this election for Donald Trump.
Right?
Yeah, we wanted to look across all three blue wall states that John was just walking us through, looking at this slice of the vote, the Latino vote in the blue wall states. Now, they only make up 6% of the electorate in each of these states, but look at the difference in the margin. So Harris is getting in Pennsylvania 58% of the Latino vote, again, 6% of the electorate, to Donald Trump's 41%. That's a 17-point advantage. But 4 years ago, Biden beat Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points. So that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that gap. Similar story.
I want to hear that number again. I want to hear that number again from CNN themselves.
Years ago, Biden beat Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points. So that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that gap. Similar story
Now, Sarah, allow me to ask you a question.
Sure.
I was told that Tony Hinchcliffe's joke at Madison Square Garden ended this race for Trump. Latinos and Puerto Ricans were infuriated. They were disgusted. They wouldn't vote for Trump. I'm staring at somebody right now who is Puerto Rican, who's looking directly at me. And they're not going to do it. And who does Trump think he is? Who does Trump think he is? And it was just going to be a giant hot mess. You stop that. And it was going to be total madness. And Trump narrowed the gap. So, are all of those Latinos who voted for Trump, are they racists?
Not only are they racist, but they are self-loathing Latinos, I think is the term that they like to use. Is when people have a ingrained self-hatred. I think is the phraseology they like to use. No, it's a phenomenal. I mean, you're talking about legal immigrants that are citizens of this country that came to this country to experience the opportunity that is America and live in. They vote for Donald Trump. It doesn't matter if Tony Hinchcliffe made a joke that they may have liked or didn't like, or thought was funny or didn't funny. They're going to vote for the guy that understands that it's important that you have borders and you have law and you have some sort of sense of who's coming and going in your country.
So there's certainly a lot of laughter that could be had, and the fear mongering that took place doesn't seem to be presenting itself.
Right.
What I caution against What I caution against is celebrating before it's over, because it's not over. And the ghost of 2020 haunts everything, just like you were discussing earlier, Sarah, that the ghost of 2016 haunts the Democrats. So do not get yourself in a place to think that this is over. Certainly, one could say that what you're seeing right now is unbelievable. With the popular vote right now, 6 million ahead for Trump, with what's going on in the Electoral College, and as Decision Desk has it, 242 electoral votes, as Fox has it right now, 211 electoral votes. But they still have not called Georgia. They have still not called North Carolina. That will be another 32. New Mexico, as we have discussed right now, you have Harris in the lead there at 52.65. It has moved back and forth. Arizona, look at how tight that is, with Trump ahead by 2,000 votes.
Yep.
Right now. Arizona becomes outrageously important because none of these blue walls have yet been declared. And we might not know Pennsylvania today, where Trump is ahead. We might not know Michigan, where right now Trump is ahead, according to Fox, by basically 40,000 votes. And Wisconsin, where Trump is also ahead. Certainly you take all three. It's a ball game. There's nothing left to think about. We can all go home, eat ice cream, do whatever it is we need to do. One cannot lose their cool. And that's why this is, as we have described from the beginning, the most relaxed election day results show in America is what it is. And people have been, I think people are on cigar number 3, number 2. I don't know. Yeah, 4. Is that number 4 right there? Bless these people. These people are strong, Sarah. Strong. I am finishing up. I'm only finishing up number 2 because, I've got a morning show to do. Some people have been asking, are you going to be up at 6 a.m. to do the morning show? Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we're streaming to the 93.1 FM WIBC Facebook page. So if you're on there, hey, how are you? Good to be with you. In Indiana, you have the victory for Mike Braun as governor. I believe Todd Rokita has won his. I haven't seen those results. If someone wants to send those to me, some Indiana results, I'll get through that. Jim Banks, the next senator from Indiana, congratulations to him. Sarah, I'll catch up with you in a little bit. Cam Edwards is in Farmville, Virginia. He is the editor-in-chief of Bearing Arms. He is your Second Amendment expert, long time with the show Cam and Company over there at bearingarms.com. The Virginia vote's kind of fascinating, man, because Biden won this thing with going away double digits in 2020. The spread is 0.1 in favor of Kamala Harris, and Lord only knows if that holds, and I believe that it will, and that spread will grow a little bit. I believe it'll go to her because of Alexandria, Arlington, etc. What is your take on what you're seeing?
Yeah, this is amazing, Tony. I mean, because again, keep in mind, not only did Joe Biden win Virginia 4 years ago, but Hillary Clinton won Virginia 8 years ago, right? So we know that Republicans can win Virginia statewide elections. We saw that with Glenn Youngkin winning the governorship in 2021. But, Virginia has been a purple state. It has been a blue state in terms of presidential elections for the past 2 cycles at the very least. So, yeah, I am surprised by what we're seeing here. And not only is Donald Trump, keeping it neck and neck with Kamala Harris, but Hung Kao is running a very close race against Tim Kaine. A lot of the pre-election polls had Kao losing by double digits to Kaine. And that's not what we're seeing here, right? This is a very close race. In Virginia. I'm just looking at the latest numbers. Right now, it's 52-48 to Tim Kaine over Hung Kao. But again, you look at that presidential margin, and it's, Kamala Harris up by about 50,000 votes with more than 3 million votes cast. So I think what you're seeing here is, a little bit of an erosion for Kamala Harris in the D.C. suburbs and exurbs, right? But you're also seeing massive numbers in rural Virginia. And that's something that, again, I think goes back 4 or 5 years where, margins that used to be 60-40 are now 65, 70, 75, even 80%. There's some counties in Southwest Virginia, Tony, where Donald Trump is getting almost 90% of the vote right now. And, that is what is keeping this state so competitive.
By the way, just breaking, Bernie Moreno wins Ohio, beats Sherrod Brown in that race. This was a come behind, and that should be a really interesting conversation when we get into Arizona. Can the coattails of Donald Trump take Kari Lake over the finish line to beat Ruben Gallego, which would be the absolute upset of this election? But you talk about those people in Virginia. The question before us, as a matter of where the American people are really thinking, certainly if you're Trump, if you win the Electoral College and you've won the popular vote, it doesn't matter. He won't say, like, if I need more than 300 electoral votes to feel that I have a mandate. He'll say mandate and move on with his day. There's just no question if he wins the popular vote. But I don't like confusion. Are people voting for Trump, or did they vote for Trump or not show for Kamala Harris? Because Kamala Harris is indeed that terrible of a candidate.
I think it is probably an interesting split, right? Because I don't think that there's one answer. I don't think it was just that people decided, okay, you know what, I'm voting for Trump. This is a vote for a Trump mandate. I think that's certainly a part of it. Again, we are seeing, I don't want to call it a red wave because, the Senate races are looking good, but the House is still very, very tight. Democrats could actually take control of the House. But you are seeing this shift, right? And it's not just that red states are getting redder. It's that blue states were shifting as well. So it could be that, I think, in fact, it's likely that a large part of that is because Kamala Harris was a really bad candidate. She refused to explain why she changed her positions on so many different issues. She refused to sit down and have a serious conversation, certainly on the gun issue, right? Kamala Harris,
most definitely,
was in favor of banning handguns. Now she's, I own a Glock. But she never would explain what was her Second Amendment conversion story. How did she go from saying handguns should be banned to I own a handgun, and if somebody comes in my house, they're going to get shot, right? So,
but just to fit in your wheelhouse, talking to Cam Edwards, the editor-in-chief of BearingArms.com, she didn't say she owns a handgun. She said she owns a Glock.
Right.
And in California, that's not allowed.
Well, it depends on what model you're talking about. Glock Gen 3s are actually on the roster. Gen 4s, Gen 5s are not. It really gets into the weeds there. But, listen, she said, I own a Glock, right? Which is kind of like saying, what car do you drive? I drive a Ford. It wasn't a Ford Mustang. It wasn't a Ford Bronco, right? She never talked about what kind of Glock she owned. Never talked about going to the range. Never talked about why she decided to buy a gun, right? She sounded so inauthentic when she was trying to reach out to gun owners and show this moderate side. And I think that was a big turnoff. And if guns aren't your issue, well, she did the same thing with fracking, right? She did the same thing with immigration. So she did this on so many different issues. But I also think, again, that doesn't account for all of the movement and the shift that we've seen towards Donald Trump, right? I think people honestly look back at his term in office and say, I felt more comfortable financially. I felt more secure in terms of the world situation. And I don't think that Kamala Harris was able to differentiate herself from Joe Biden enough to overcome the fact that Biden was a really unpopular president, and this has been a really unpopular administration that she is, second in command of.
Talking to Cam Edwards of BearingArms.com. This is from Nate Cohn, who is the pollster there at the New York Times. For the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. He has an advantage in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all three. There's still a lot of vote left. But in the voting so far, Trump is narrowly but discernibly ahead. And one could argue, as the rain falls here just outside of Indianapolis, Indiana, if you can hear it, I've got people all over the studio and the rain outside. This is softening the ground, Cam Edwards. This is the New York Times saying, we don't know, but you should kind of be prepared. It's like the difference between a hurricane watch and a hurricane warning. That seems to be the ground that the New York Times is treading on.
Yeah, listen, I don't think they want to be the bearer of bad news, right? And so I think you're going to wait and see that needle I think it's right now at 88%. They say a likelihood of a Trump victory. I think you're going to wait. They're going to wait until it's 95, 96, maybe 99% before they actually say, okay, Trump has won, right? But you look at these projections. They're now projecting Trump with at least 301 electoral college votes, right? That's not close. And all of these states, and look, I mean, we still have a lot of outstanding votes in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, but you look at all of these swing states, and Trump is in a position to win all of them, right? To run the table on these swing states. He's ahead in Pennsylvania right now with 68% of the vote. He's ahead in Michigan with 29% of the vote. He's ahead in Wisconsin with 60% of the vote. He's ahead in Arizona with 53% of the vote. Georgia has been called by several outlets, not the New York Times.
Decision Desk has called it has called Georgia for Trump.
Georgia called North Carolina, right? So, I mean, Trump's in a position to run the table in all of these swing states. Well, in Nevada, I guess, is still an open question, right? Because we haven't started to see the numbers come in from Nevada. But if Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, he doesn't need Nevada. That's still going to be a huge electoral blowout. And now they're talking about, again, a popular vote win, which, even if it's a 1% popular vote win, for Trump to win both the electoral college and the popular vote, I mean, that is a case for a mandate, isn't it?
It's a case that he will make for a mandate, and he'll be all within the right to do so. You're not going to see me say no to that, and I'm going to be fine with it. It's that I think that's always smart to recognize what took place, and I don't want him to get over his skis. But then again, they've only got 2 years to make things happen. Stay right there, Cam Edwards. This is Ed Morrissey. Ed Morrissey of hotair.com. You often see Ed and Cam talking together on the VIP Gold over there at hotair.com as we're discussing where we are with these electoral votes, with this popular vote. Certainly, we still have a lot to go. But if you see an electoral vote, Ed Morrissey, as Cam was saying, over 300, if you see a popular vote victory, whether it's because of Trump, people like Trump, or people just detested Kamala Harris, you're the Trump team. You're taking this as a mandate, and you're running like the wind, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely. They certainly didn't have any hesitation to do it 4 years ago, right? So, yes. And if he wins a popular vote, and that's the way the New York Times is sort of leaning at the moment, he'll be the first Republican to do it in 20 years. I think George W. Bush was last. I think he won it in 2004, I believe. Doesn't happen very often. It's not structurally, the way the country's structured, it doesn't happen very often. But yes, I mean, that will be the absolute imprimatur of legitimacy. And in a wave election, which is what this is kind of looking at, although I have to be cautious about that because the House doesn't look like that right now. Right. The House is barely moving. And I'm surprised because I think that the generic ballot was somewhere around a 1+1, which it's like GOP pickups, but I'm not seeing that, which is unusual. Maybe it's coming, but I haven't seen it.
It's odd to see that Trump's strength could be so big, these opportunities so big, and yet not see it play out in the House of Representatives. I asked Noah Rothman this question, and now I ask it to you, Cam Edwards. I'll start with you. If you're Trump with this idea of mandate, which I'm fine with, what do you do first?
Well, I mean, listen, if Democrats do take control of the House, then I think you're going to have to clean out the executive branch, right? That's going to have to be the first priority. So you start to cleaning up all of these executive branch agencies. I'd like to see a change at the top of the ATF, just personally speaking, as a Second Amendment guy. But I think that's where you have to start, right? Because it's still going to be very difficult if you've got a divided Congress. It's not like Democrats are going to throw Trump a bone, right? He's a fascist. He's a Nazi. He's Hitler. So they're not going to be working with Donald Trump. They're not going to be trying to find some accord with Republicans. I think you have to start with cleaning out the executive branch agency.
Let me stop right there and let me ask you, Ed. If he wins the popular vote, can you still call him a fascist and a Nazi?
Can they? Sure. They can. I mean, it doesn't work. And this is what the data is telling us right now, is that he's likely to win more electoral college votes this time than he did against Hillary Clinton. At least right now, that's the way it's looking. Because if you look at those dial things at the New York Times, every blue wall state is dialing in his direction. Plus, he's picking up Arizona. Plus, he's picking up Nevada. Well, it might be the same. It might be the same level of electoral votes, but it's clearly a response to Kamala Harris's candidacy, and her whole candidacy was based on that message. And if he wins the popular vote, it's going to be very difficult to tell 51% of Americans or 50.1% of Americans that you're Nazis and fascists, because then that's exactly what her campaign has been trying to say. And that's exactly what Joe Biden actually did say earlier this week or last week. Earlier last week.
Let me bring this right here really quick. This is the Fox News map. This is Sheehy above Tester, the Republican, with 55% to John Tester, the incumbent Democrats, 42%. Sarah is letting me know that it has been called and Republicans now have control of the Senate. What is, again, to your point, part of this election that is not yet concluded, and nothing is over until it's over, right? It's Senator Blutarski. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Hell no. And it's not over now. The controlling the Senate is great. What happens? And let me bring it back to you on this. What happens if Republicans lose control of the House?
Well, I think you have an opportunity for impeachments, right? I think that's mostly a budget issue.
You're the worst person. Did I ever tell you that? We're going to see impeachments again?
Every time I talk to you, you tell me I'm the world's worst person, Tony. Come on, man. I'm just saying, now will they do it? Probably not. Because
right.
It's clear that it doesn't really work, right? I mean, they impeached this guy twice and he's about to win the popular vote. It's a trash strategy, and they should really stop doing it. But I mean, it's not just going to be that. I mean, if you're looking at the board, I know that they called it for Sheehy, which, by the way, Montana was no surprise. You picked up West Virginia. That was also no surprise. Baby Dog is going to be a U.S. Senator.
That's great. That is great. Bernie Moreno winning in Ohio.
Ahead in Ohio. Dave McCormick is ahead in Pennsylvania. Mike Rogers at the moment is ahead in Michigan, although there are only 20 come in yet in Michigan.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a potential pick here.
Win 81 million.
Didn't even get to 56. But all that means is that you're still going to have to convince a few Democrats to come over if you want to do anything significant, like eliminate the Department of Education, eliminate, whatever other departments he's got in mind. So things can get done, and especially when it's be a lot easier to get appointments.
Let me interrupt. Let me bring it over to Cam I was just getting some information about Bucks County, which has now become a razor thin a place. The numbers weren't making sense. Originally, we were trying to kind of decipher through them. Cam, as we take a look at how these rural areas and how the Midwest has voted about how these cities where Kamala Harris is in some of the only places where she quote unquote overperformed, but she actually has clearly underperformed in a great number of them. This is a different strategy when Trump is not the nominee 4 years from now. So if it goes as it's trending and Trump does win, what is the strategy for keeping the rural areas fully engaged, and can that be done with a non-populist message?
Well, listen, if I knew the answer to that question, I'd be a multi-millionaire campaign strategist.
You mean you're not?
As you say, I'm a gentleman farmer philosopher. No, I am
Truth.
not a multi-millionaire campaign consultant. And listen, that is the challenge, right? Because you look at these races and, Trump is overperforming these down-ticket Republicans, a lot of cases by 4 or 5 points, right? So He's bringing these candidates along, like Dave McCormick, and in Wisconsin right now, I think Eric Hovde has a small lead. New York Times has Mike Rogers up by a couple of points in Michigan. But these are candidates that are generally running a few points behind Donald Trump. So that is going to be the big question, right? And it's not just how do you keep the rural vote. I think the rural vote is fairly conservative. As long as the Republicans are, paying attention to the issues that are important to rural Americans, right? And that would include, I think, the right to keep and bear arms. That I don't think is the real issue. I think the real question is going to be, how do you continue to make inroads with Black voters, with Hispanic voters, right? With those groups that historically have been a part of that Democratic coalition, but are moving in some cases very substantially over to Trump and to the Republicans this election cycle.
Cam Edwards of BearingArms.com, Ed Morrissey of HotAir.com. Look what I'm doing for the good people at Salem. How come they don't love me more? Guys, you're fantastic. I might catch up with you a little bit later. Let me get back to it right here, gentlemen. Thank you. Trump right now, according to the Decision Desk, at 246 electoral votes. Bernie Moreno giving his acceptance speech after winning the Senate in Ohio. Thrilled for that, Sherrod Brown, a very, very, very large progressive. And I'm very happy to be sending him packing. There is much more to get to. Got a lot coming up, and we may have a decision tonight. Who saw that coming? I know some of you did. Oh, Tony, you were too conservative. It's okay by me. It's okay by me. We haven't even discussed, what do the pollsters do? What happens when they're wrong? Not by this, but by that. Guys, make sure you're subscribed on YouTube at Tony Katz, Twitter X at Tony Katz, Facebook Tony Katz Radio, and be a part of TonyKatz.com and be a supporter over there. I'd greatly appreciate it. Grab another drink. We'll be right back. Guys, welcome back. Oh, see, going on 5 hours. That'll play with the voice. It's not the cigar. Speaking of, someone get me another cigar. What are we even wasting time? You grab it out of the humidor. I don't need yours. I don't know. Grab me something from the Oh, okay. I'll take a Unico series. Goodness gracious, guys! Welcome. I'm Tony Katz. Good to be with you. This is the box of the Unico from La Flor Dominicana. They do absolutely incredible work, Leo Gomez. So in the Unico series, the wrapper, this is not paint. This is all tobacco that is placed on there. Bit by bit and piece by piece. This whole series, these are Salomons. You're tapered. You've got basically the pyramid at the cap and then tapered at the foot. And the purpose is to really kind of work at it and let it slowly build over time. Let that heat build over time. And then you get to really open up the cigar and you get a much better draw. It's a beautiful, beautiful cigar. I'm not taking the Disney one because I'm not going to be told I did anything with Disney. I'm not doing that. You can take that. That's bless you, sir. Someone throw me a cutter. Tony Katz, host of Tony Katz in the Morning News on 93.1 FM WIBC in Indianapolis. And yes, for those of you in Indy, I'll be on the air at 6 a.m. Don't you worry about that, Boo Bear. This is the Super Bowl right here. If one doesn't stay up for this, what does one stay up for? I'm also the host of Tony Katz Today, which is noon to 3, heard all across the country. And I'm the host of Eat, Drink, Smoke, the largest cigar and bourbon radio review program in the country. Oh, this is a pleasure. I've got some coffee. I have some water. I'm nursing this bourbon, this Four-Gate from the trilogy, the Bluegrass trilogy. Whew. That's spectacular. You're not going to get the 57 seats in the Senate. Stop. I don't care what they said. I love the Newsmax folks that we're not getting to 57 seats. Rick Santorum is on one if he thinks we're getting to 57 seats. That's not happening. Although if it did, I'd be very, very happy. You have Bernie Moreno beating Sherrod Brown there. Let me show you the map right here. This is the Senate election map. And you have Bernie Moreno, the Republican, beating Sherrod Brown. Great news. You have in West Virginia, another flip, Jim Justice defeating Glenn Elliott for that open seat. And that, along with what's going to happen in Montana, sets the stage. Because Tim Sheehy, which oddly enough, Tim Sheehy's been called, yet it's not showing on the decision desk map. That's pretty odd. John Tester is going to be sent packing. This was the people of Montana saying, we have had enough of you. Oh, I'm happy right there. We're taking a look at Arizona. All right. Now we're on to something. Ruben Gallego with 52% of the vote, the Democrat, the progressive, the congressman. Carrie Lake, of course, who lost that gubernatorial race with 45.8%. Does Trump have the coattails to make this happen right now? It doesn't seem to be the case just yet. On the presidential side, Trump is ahead ever so slightly with 54% of the vote in. Oregon called, of course, for Kamala Harris. California called for Kamala Harris as well. Look at Pennsylvania. Look at Wisconsin. Trump ahead by almost 3 points in Wisconsin. Trump ahead by more than 3 points in Pennsylvania. Leapfrogging Michigan? Well, that is a story. By the way, in Senate races, keep an eye on this. Elisa Slotkin ahead of Mike Rogers. That would be a wonderful, wonderful pickup. Dave McCormick right now leading Bob Casey by over a point. That would be a pickup. That would be absolutely incredible. And this, Hovde, right now with an almost a full point lead over Democrat incumbent Tammy Baldwin. This wasn't the case a month ago. It wasn't the case a month ago. This is the presidential map right here. You don't have to worry about Minnesota. We know what's going to happen there. Nevada's certainly going to be fascinating. They haven't started counting anything yet there, but this has worked out so far tremendously well for Donald Trump. The question is how much more is going to be kept up, because it is not over until it is indeed over. The New York Times has been very, very clear that Trump is ahead. He was ahead 6 million in the popular vote. They see a 90% chance for victory. For the record, don't forget 2016. Let's wait for it to happen. You've got Eric Doherty out there in Florida. This is the New York Times estimates. Trump winning the popular vote by 1.1, winning Pennsylvania by 1.7, Wisconsin 2.2, Michigan 2.4, Arizona 4.6, and Nevada 3.1. That is an incredible pathway to victory if it holds. I'm not being negative, guys. I just know history, and I am not interested in counting chickens before they hatched. Aaron, my wife thinks you actually have homeless people in the studio. They're not homeless. They're between homes. Unhoused, right? I would one illegal. Well, of course, you gotta balance things out. They are vagabonds and truants at this stage of the game. We'll see. Oh yeah, one unemployed. And one unemployed right there. Better dressed than everybody else here, but he's unemployed. I love the comments. I appreciate it. Yes, the jacket is still on. I am who I am. I don't change for that. If you've got questions, I have got answers. And Tech Askew, smoking the pissed off Christoph and the larceny weeded. The pissed off Christoph is probably the hottest thing that Christoph does. Glenn Case and that group over there, I think they are fantastic. I think Glenn's just a super decent guy. If you want a good cigar from Christoph, Kristoff, the Viente, his 20-year is very, very nice. I like the Tres Compadres. Glenn named that after two friends of his who passed away way too young. The three of them were these tight group of guys, and so he calls it the Tres Compadres. I think that's a very unheralded smoke. Really and truly just a terrific cigar. So if you like Christoph, go check that out. Also, they do a very lovely Cameroon that you might want to take a look at. Will I wait another 30 years before having Taco Bell again? It was good. The Taco Bell. Is there any more Taco Bell? The Taco Bell was good. Is there? I might have one in a bit. In a bit. Just taking a look at some of the numbers and some of the data. Let me bring Sarah back on, who runs all things digital for us over here at Tony Katz and at Eat, Drink, Smoke. I'll bring you in, Sarah, right there. Good to see you. Wearing her Baltimore Ravens hoodie.
I'm sorry. You mean future Super Bowl champions? Baltimore Ravens. You know, you guys could have a winning football team if you hadn't stolen our football team and cursed yourselves to an eternity of not being as good as us.
This is a old school Baltimore Indianapolis throwdown that Sarah's having. That is only happening in her head.
That's accurate.
That's what's happening right there.
Did you see? I put in. We have finally heard from the Harris campaign.
What?
So you have a clip in Grabian that is Abby Phillip reporting on this was probably about a half hour ago that they have released a statement.
No.
I mean, they didn't. You know.
Oh, they didn't concede.
Sorry.
No one thinks they would have.
No, they just they had radio silence for like 2+ hours, just nothing.
Well, that's standard for Kamala Harris. What are you talking about?
Sure.
All right, let's see what it is they had to say right there.
Who is at Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. at the campus of Howard University. Abby, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything?
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours, and my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing. The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race that they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because wait, whoa. Can we go back and listen to that again?
Sure.
What in the world does this mean?
That Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race that they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
What does it mean to be built for this? What is she making the argument that there's somehow more campaigning magically to be done?
It is just yet another emotional plea, right? Like where, it's this sort of Rosie the Riveter strength. Like, we're built for this. Like, I am woman, hear me roar. We can still win this. Don't give up hope. I mean, that's the message.
Well, that's pretty nutty.
Yeah.
That's pretty nutty, because I think that's an outrageous amount of false hope going on there, and I think kind of a disservice to the audience.
Absolutely. She even said, she was like, they see a path and it's through the blue wall. The blue wall. Michigan, half the blue wall's already decided for Trump.
Well, it's trending that way. It's nothing. It isn't decided until it's decided. And then there was this. They decided that when in doubt, go to Cory Booker, the senator from New Jersey, and Cory Booker is being all Cory Booker-ish about how men had to vote for Kamala Harris.
Where we're already seeing things with the Iowa poll that are beginning to say, well, maybe there's something more going on than the pollsters are seeing. I am seeing people say enough is.
Oh, God, that's desperate. That's desperate. I'm bringing in Kira Davis right now. I see her there in the queue. She took off her Trump shirt. She did a costume change like it's a Taylor Swift show. Cory Booker is now saying that, the Iowa poll from Ann Seltzer that showed Harris up +3, there's more here than meets the eye, even though Iowa has already been called by Decision Desk for Trump with 55% to Kamala Harris's 43. Emerson was right. He didn't win by 10. He won by 12 in that state.
This has literally been the whole campaign. There might be more going on here than we know. There might be going on more on here. Everybody's just guessing. Everybody's just like hoping there's more going on here than they know. Oh, there's Sarah. Hi, Sarah. I was mad. Oh, all right, MAGA. Thank you.
I did it for you. I just took off my Ravens sweatshirt. Tommy threw his t-shirt at me. Here, Tommy's dressing me right now.
Thank you. Well, I think that I've been going back and forth all night between MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News. And I started watching coverage probably like you guys first thing this morning when I got up, and right. I've been doing that. And one of my favorite things to do is to gauge the attitude or the the emotions of the panels, mostly when it comes to the liberal outlets. And so I think it's very telling. It's something that we saw in 2016. I remember tuning in and thinking, oh, this is Hillary's got it. And then watching the talking heads sort of decline over the night. And that's exactly what I was observing CNN and MSNBC today.
Did you just say decline instead of breaking down?
Yeah, decline.
That was kind. Super kind of you. Hold on.
Can be better.
I want to hit a little bit more of what it is that Cory Booker said here.
Enough. I want to choose joy. I want to choose light. I want to choose possibility.
What about the Bradley effect and the fact that some men may not be willing to say that they won't vote for her?
Yeah. Well, look, God, good luck, America. I hope it's a girl. It's like this is women are doing it. They're outvoting men. They're voted greater numbers. They're leading, I think, households in many ways. I've seen already experiences where I have guys come up to me and say, I really have no choice. My girlfriend will kill me. My wife will kill me if I don't vote for Kamala Harris.
Low T Democrat. That's the kind of guy that's like, my wife's going to kill me if I don't vote for Kamala. Okay.
Low T.
It's embarrassing.
It's truly embarrassing, but also in a way, this whole election cycle has been about projection, right? It's like what they complain about is what they're going to do. They complain that Donald Trump's going to censor everybody and ban books because that's what they want to do. And it's the same way when it comes to this male vote and the female vote. When you hear guys like Cory Booker saying, there's guys out there saying, Kamala, like they don't want to tell everybody, but they want to please their girlfriend. That's how they think the rest of us have relationships, right? That's what they think about marriage. That's what they think about. That's how they think we're relating to each other as men and women. They believe that men are dumb and women have to control the men. And that's what they think we believe. So that's why they're out there talking to this imaginary guy who was like, well, I was going to vote for Trump. Then my girlfriend said I won't get laid. So now I'm voting for Kamala.
Sound very good.
Oh, what an awful reason to vote.
Is it?
Don't even get me started about.
Oh, I'll get you started. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me who to vote for. I'll get you started if I dang well please. Is it? I want to know if it's insulting. Because I see it as insulting. I don't know if everybody sees things the way I do. I made the argument that white men, white suburban men, are going to hear their wives say, you got to vote for Kamala Harris. And they're going to say, yes, dear. And then they're going to vote for Donald Trump. But that's different than saying that they were going to somehow, what you're hearing from the left, which is we have to guilt and shame our partners, our male partners, into voting for Kamala Harris. It's a different argument. They'll be deceitful. Maybe that's not right, but that's different than trying to shame someone, trying to emasculate someone, and really setting up this idea of just a real hatred for the one you allegedly love. Right? I see it as different. The question I'm asking you both, is it insulting?
Well, I came on your show, Tony, after the Barack Obama campaign stop where he lectured black men. And I told you then, yeah, that was absolutely insulting. And mostly I do not care what Barack has to say. I couldn't care less. I think he's largely irrelevant at this point. Never liked the guy. But that day, I actually was offended. And it takes a lot to offend me because I'm not a whiny diaper baby. But I thought, this is so condescending. Mm-hmm. He is talking. Let me get out of my higher register here so I don't break anyone's eardrums. He is talking about grown men like my husband who has worked his entire adult life, supports his entire family, is paying for multiple college educations, worked his way out of the hood into the middle class, is literally living the American dream and providing that dream for his children. And you're going to look at my husband, you from your $100 million Martha's Vineyard mansion. You left office after being the only black man in that office for 8 years, and you left the black community worse off than when you got there. Get out of here. Then you're going to lecture us? Get out of here. That was when I was done. That was really when I was done. I don't have any more patience left for the Obamas. That was a bridge too far. And let me tell you what, black men are going to remember it.
When you say they're going to remember it, they're going to remember it in an election in 4 years when Trump's not on the ballot?
They may. I don't know if my husband's any indication. A black man can hold a grudge.
Oh. No, well. I don't think it's right to talk about the man when he's not here. I don't.
I'm calling him right
I-
now.
I don't think that's it. I asked the same question to and Sarah. I'll check in with you in a little bit. I asked the same question to Ed Morrissey and to Cam Edwards and to Noah Rothman. Trump is trending to just annihilate here, and certainly I'm not going to say that he will until it's done. You've got 2 years before there's a Senate race where it's not favorable to Republicans. You could lose control of the Senate. You've got 2 years. Kira Davis, you're advising Donald Trump. What do you do in those 2 years?
Well, you govern. You govern. But I think I was actually on another a show, a lesser show than Tony Katz, obviously, but earlier tonight we were talking about this. But one of the things we were saying is that today has to be a jumping off point. Of course, we're assuming that Trump pulls this out. It's got to be a jumping off point. Can't be the end. It can't be Republicans going, oh, phew, we got this one in under the wire. This is really going to have to be a time of cultivating. This is what I loved about what Trump did with J.D. Vance. I didn't see the J.D. Vance pick coming, but once he picked Vance, I realized he's got Vance. Laura Trump is now co-chair of the party. His sons are also making inroads into electoral politics. I see what Trump's doing here, and he's sort of setting up the next generation of Republicans. So I think that's what Trump needs to keep doing to strengthen those red districts and to start making a case to the voters who were kind of on the fence tonight and did come through for common sense in some cases. So he's got a case to make, and I think he can do it.
Kira Davis, get the book Drawing Lines, How Conservatives Have to Fight Quite Fiercely in the Arena of Ideas, and the Just Listen to Yourself podcast. You should get that wherever it is you get your podcast.
Wait.
What?
Before you go, let me tell your listeners this. They might want to know this. 2 things you need to keep an eye on here in California tonight. Polls have closed. Keep an eye on Prop 36. That is the one that the people's ballot proposition that hopefully will reverse this ridiculous Prop 47, which is that big crime bill that has given us all this craziness. That's a big deal. It looks on track to pass. So if it does, it's going to be huge. And then George Gascon, the Soros appointed attorney general in LA County, looks like he might be on his way out today. So fingers crossed for that. Keep your eyes open.
Kira Davis, I appreciate the updates from California. Thank you so very much. There she goes. Let me just do a quick bit of Indiana housekeeping, if I may, being this is my state. Mike Braun wins that governor's race. Todd Rokita will stay as the attorney general. Jim Banks winning that Senate race as well. The Democratic Party of Indiana ran one of the most pathetic and embarrassing and shameful campaigns, as they always do, devoid of all ideas, focused on abortion and nothing but, and trolling. They should be ashamed of who they are. Of course, they have no shame. They won't win until they start treating Hoosiers. That's what we call ourselves here in Indiana. Not Indianans, but Hoosiers. They won't start winning until they start treating Hoosiers with some respect. And this has to be understood that Mike Schmuel, the head of the Democratic Party, and the rest of that leadership can't keep failing you like the previous leadership did. They've learned nothing. They don't bring anything to the party. There are individual Democrats in the General Assembly that are actually solid and have interesting ideas. And there's some things that I've said, that's a good idea. People should be behind that, in favor of that. When it comes to running statewide races, they are embarrassing. They are pathetically daft and wholly ignorant. And Destiny Wells, running for Attorney General, stop running. You didn't run a campaign. You ran a trolling ad for, hey, follow me on social media. You're the Wendy's of candidates, but you're just not as delicious. It was an embarrassment to witness day in and day out. And Jennifer McCormick, you don't favor school choice, and you tried to get people to believe that somehow public schools was a school choice. They saw through it, and they saw through it in a very, very massive way. This is not to let the Republicans off the hook. Bad campaign, bad running of a campaign, bad messaging. Now you've got to deal with Michael Beckwith as your lieutenant governor, and I want nothing but success for him and Governor-elect Mike Braun. You guys better figure out how to keep y'all in check, because you got what you wanted, and it's easy to lose what you've got. Just a little bit about my beloved Indiana. Sarah, dear Sarah, who has now changed back into her Baltimore.
It's cold.
Oh,
It was a fun little bit because I love Kira so much, but it's cold.
you are ridiculous. Absolutely, positively.
You're the purple.
Ridiculous. I want to continue. I want to go on. I feel like I could do this all night. My voice does not.
No,
and I have a radio show to do in the morning.
6 hours, right?
I am thrilled and can't thank you guys enough for being here. Don't forget to follow Sarah on the X at Mama Swati, SWATIMAMA, Mama Swati on the X. Sarah, fantastic as always, and I appreciate it. And you can now go live your life.
I'm gonna go pour another bourbon.
Hot diggity dog. Thank you, Sarah. And thank you guys so very, very much. I didn't plan on doing this until Friday. It just didn't dawn on me. I wanted to be relaxed and easy and different, and maybe we got there. And so I appreciate you guys and the thousands of you that came and joined us. Can't thank you enough. Cannot thank you enough at all. It's been an absolute pleasure. You can catch me. You can stream the show, WIBC.com, WIBC.com. I'll put it in the comments right here, WIBC.com. And I will have, of course, everything for you at 6 a.m. It's not that I'm going to bed. I just gotta save the pipes. It's the moneymaker, baby. I mean, the faces. It's the moneymaker, for sure. On Twitter at Tony Katz, I hope that you will follow me there. Facebook, Tony Katz Radio, same as that. And, of course, TonyKatz.com. If you could be a supporter, be supportive of what we're doing, greatly appreciate that so very much. I can't thank you guys enough for being here. I'm going to join the guys now in the studio. And cigar number 3, which will probably go into cigar number 4. It's just the way it works. Is Trump complaining about cheating in Philadelphia? That man can't change for the life of him. God bless. Good Lord. Let me just give you a quick roundup of where we're at right now. This is the decision desk that has this at 246 to 204 right now. This is the Fox call 232 to 198. Notice they still don't have the blue wall, but let's see how they're doing it. They see Trump up in Wisconsin, Trump up in Michigan, Trump up in Pennsylvania. Good Lord. Maine is split as always of right. You'll see Maine being this is 3. Is it 3 electoral votes for Wait, what's it going to be? Is it going to be 3 for Trump and 1 for Harris, or vice versa? Maine splits just like Nebraska splits. It's pretty odd, unique, and weirdo stuff for sure. But going back to this, here's where we're at right now. CNN calling this 227 to 153. You have the New York Times that says Trump, is it still at 90%? Trump at 90% to win this election from the New York Times? 89% is where he's at. He's been ahead 6 million in the popular vote. That will drop because of the California add-ons. You win the popular vote. You win the Electoral College. It doesn't matter. You get the scream mandate from now until the end of time. I would only warn that this has a tremendous amount to do with Kamala Harris being so unpopular. The story no one's going to talk about, the Democratic Party, should this all play out and Trump takes this victory and wins the popular vote, the Democratic Party implodes. Now, they won't admit it. Barack Obama will have led them down a bad path. His leadership of the party, one would assume, would have to be over. It also shows that populism is here. I'm not a populist, but it's here. And so you better deal with the world in which you have, not the world necessarily that you wish you had. Here's the world that you have, and how do you make the changes to make it a little better? Get things, for me, to be focused on conservatism. That doesn't mean not fighting. I'm a believer in the fight. conservatism, not populism. You're appreciated. You're respected. I can't thank you guys enough. Be sure to follow in all the places. Tony Katz on X, Tony Katz Radio on Facebook, TonyKatz.com, and be a supporter in the YouTube channel, Tony Katz. Go subscribe right now. Guys, I think a hot toddy is in my future. Oh, let me answer this. What do I mean when I say mandates? If you win 300 electoral votes in the popular vote, you can state that you have a mandate to do everything that you said. It's not a tight race. It's not a close race. It's an absolute victory. And therefore you can move about with more bravado and you have a better opportunity to beat your opponents over the head. If this was a win of 272 electoral votes, which was the very least I saw Trump doing, maybe you'd have to act a little more cautiously because of the American people and how they might react. By the way, they said there might be violence in New York. They've got fencing around the White House and the Naval Observatory where the vice president is. If Trump wins, one should expect that there will be violence from the political left, just like we've seen numerous times. They can deny it all they want. Reality is reality. Truth is truth. Facts are facts. Data is data. It doesn't change. Doesn't. Be aware of that. Be safe. Be good. I'll catch you guys at 6 a.m. I can't thank you enough. Follow me in all the places. Next time, guys, take care. Top of the world, Ma.